What if the most powerful part of your mind was the part you can't see, a place beneath awareness, shaping your thoughts, your choices, even your destiny? Carl Jung called this realm the unconscious, and he believed it was not just personal, but something we all share. In this series, we'll explore Jung's groundbreaking ideas, the personal unconscious, filled with forgotten memories and emotions, the collective unconscious, a vast well of universal patterns and archetypes, and how dreams, symbols, and myths reveal hidden truths about who we are. For Jung, the unconscious wasn't just a shadowy storage of repressed thoughts. It was also a source of creativity, guidance, and transformation, a bridge between the individual and humanity's deepest stories. So join me as we journey into Jung's vision of the unconscious, where psychology meets mythology and where self-discovery begins. The unconscious, according to Carl Jung, is not just one single layer hidden beneath our awareness. It has two levels, each with its own purpose. The first is the personal unconscious. This is the place where your forgotten memories live, moments you once knew, but lost track of. It also holds emotions you pushed aside, and experiences too painful to face. In many ways, it is like a private attic of the mind, filled with everything you didn't keep in conscious awareness. But Jung went further. He believed there is a deeper layer, shared by all human beings. This is the collective unconscious. It is not personal, it is universal. It carries patterns of thought and imagination that repeat across all cultures and times. Jung called these patterns archetypes: the mother, the hero, the shadow, the trickster. You can see them in myths, in fairy tales, in religion, and even in modern movies. So while the personal unconscious makes you unique, the collective unconscious connects you to humanity as a whole. Together, they form the hidden architecture of the psyche. At the heart of Jung's collective unconscious are archetypes. Archetypes are not specific memories, but timeless patterns. They are like blueprints of human experience, shaping how we see the world and how we act within it. One of the most powerful is the shadow. This is the darker side of ourselves, the parts we deny, reject, or fear. It shows up in dreams, in projections onto others, and in our struggles with inner conflict. Another is the Anima and Animus. The Anima is the inner feminine side of a man. The Animus is the inner masculine side of a woman. Together, they represent the balancing of opposites within each of us. Then there is the hero, the eternal figure who embarks on a journey, faces trials, and emerges transformed. And beyond all of them is the self, the archetype of wholeness, the image of our fullest potential. These archetypes live in stories, in myths, in art, and in our dreams. They are the symbols through which the unconscious speaks, guiding us, challenging us, and pushing us toward growth. The unconscious is not just a hidden storage space. It is an active force in our lives. Jung believed it serves several important functions. First, it balances the conscious mind. If your awareness leans too far in one direction, the unconscious pushes back. For example, if you see yourself only as strong and confident, your dreams might reveal weakness, fear, or doubt. This balancing keeps the psyche from becoming one-sided. Second, the unconscious is a wellspring of creativity. It offers new ideas, fresh images, and surprising insights. Many artists, scientists, and inventors describe their breakthroughs as coming from beyond conscious thought. That, Jung said, is the unconscious at work. Third, it provides symbolic material through dreams, fantasies, and imagination. The unconscious sends messages, not in plain words, but in symbols. These symbols can guide us, warn us, or point toward transformation. Finally, the unconscious drives the process of individuation. This is Jung's word for the journey of becoming whole. By facing what lies hidden, we integrate the parts of ourselves we once denied and step closer to a more authentic and balanced self. For Jung, dreams are one of the main doorways to the unconscious. They are not random noise. and not simply wish fulfillment. Dreams are messages, crafted in the language of symbols. A dream might show you a house, but that house could represent your mind, with rooms you have explored and others still locked away. A dream might present you with a shadowy figure, but that figure could be your own unacknowledged fears or repressed desires. Symbols are the key. The unconscious does not speak in direct sentences. It speaks in images, myths, and archetypes. These symbols appear not only in dreams, but in art, religion, and cultural rituals across the world. Jung believed that by paying attention to dreams and by reflecting on their symbols, we open a dialogue with the unconscious. This dialogue is not always comfortable, but it is always meaningful, because hidden within these symbols are hints about our struggles, our growth, and our path toward wholeness. Jung saw the unconscious not as an enemy, but as a partner in our growth. It is a source of hidden wisdom, waiting to be uncovered. When we ignore the unconscious, we risk being ruled by it. Our fears, our projections, our unacknowledged desires can control us from the shadows, but when we face it and listen to its messages, we begin the journey of transformation. Jung called this journey individuation. It is the process of integrating the conscious and the unconscious, of uniting the parts of ourselves we have denied with the parts we openly accept. The goal is not perfection, but wholeness. The unconscious provides challenges, but also guidance. Through dreams, symbols, and synchronicities, it nudges us toward balance. It shows us the sides of ourselves we need to confront and the potentials we have yet to realize. In this way, engaging with the unconscious is not just about solving problems. It is about becoming more complete, more authentic, more fully alive. Carl Jung taught us that the unconscious is not just a hidden part of the mind. It is a living, dynamic, and deeply meaningful part of who we are. It holds our forgotten memories, our unacknowledged feelings, and our deepest instincts. It also connects us to something greater, the collective unconscious, a shared human heritage of symbols, archetypes, and stories. By paying attention to dreams, reflecting on symbols, and facing what we usually ignore, we can engage in a process Jung called individuation, a journey toward wholeness, authenticity, and self-understanding. The unconscious challenges us, guides us, and even inspires us. It is a source of creativity, insight, and transformation, and in learning to listen to it, we begin to understand not just ourselves, but our connection to the larger human story. So remember, the unconscious is not something to fear. It is a partner, a guide, and a doorway to a richer, fuller. Carl Jung believed that the human mind is not silent and not static. It is alive, constantly shifting, and always in motion. But what powers this motion? What gives rise to our thoughts, our feelings, our desires, and our dreams? Jung called this force psychic energy. Unlike physical energy, it cannot be measured in volts or calories. It is not a substance, but a way of describing the vitality that flows through the psyche, the hidden current that pushes us to love, to create, to seek meaning, and to transform ourselves. Imagine a river, always moving, never still, sometimes rushing with intensity, sometimes trickling quietly beneath the surface. This river is like psychic energy. It is the underlying stream that shapes the direction of our inner life. For Jung, psychic energy was not limited to one form of desire. It was the total life force of the mind itself. Every thought you pursue, every passion you feel, every conflict you wrestle with, all of these are powered by the same energy, shifting and changing shape. This concept was revolutionary because it suggested that the psyche is not just reacting to the world. It is a dynamic system with its own power source. And by understanding how this energy moves, where it flows, and where it becomes blocked, we can better understand ourselves, our struggles, and our potential for growth. Before Jung, Sigmund Freud had his own theory of psychic energy. He believed that the main source of motivation was libido, a sexual drive, rooted in biology, that fueled nearly all human thought and behavior. For Freud, the unconscious mind was a storehouse of repressed sexual wishes, and psychic energy was the pressure of those instincts, seeking release. But Jung saw something more. He agreed that sexuality is powerful, but he refused to reduce all human motivation to one single instinct. For Jung, libido was only one expression of a deeper and more general energy. Think of it this way: when a child plays, when an artist paints, when a scientist pursues knowledge, are these all just disguised forms of sexuality? Jung said no. He argued that what powers these activities is the same basic psychic energy, but expressed in different forms. He compared psychic energy to water. Water can become steam, ice, or a flowing river. Its form changes, but the underlying substance remains the same. In the same way, psychic energy might take the form of sexual desire, or spiritual longing, or creative inspiration, different faces, one force. This was a major break from Freud because it opened psychology beyond the biological into the symbolic, the cultural, and even the spiritual. It meant that art, religion, myth, and creativity were not just side effects of repressed sexuality. They were genuine expressions of the same vital energy that animates all of human life. For Jung, psychic energy was the life force of the psyche itself, sexual, yes, but also intellectual, spiritual, and creative. In this broader vision, the human mind was not limited to instinct. It was a dynamic field of possibilities, powered by the flow of psychic energy in countless directions. Psychic energy does not only flow in thoughts and feelings, it also expresses itself in symbols, myths, and creativity. Jung believed that art and imagination are direct outlets of this energy. When conscious life cannot fully express itself, the unconscious speaks through symbolic forms. A painting, a story, a dream can carry immense psychic energy, revealing hidden desires, conflicts, or potentials. Symbols are like messages from the unconscious, guiding us, warning us, or inspiring us. Creative energy often appears spontaneously, sometimes in moments of intense emotion. Sometimes it emerges after struggle or repression. This is the transformative power of psychic energy. It finds expression wherever it can, reshaping and renewing itself. By engaging with symbols and creativity, we allow psychic energy to move freely. We turn blocked tension into insight, stagnation into growth, and unconscious material into conscious understanding. When psychic energy is blocked, it does not vanish. It does not simply disappear. Instead, it shifts. It looks for another path, what we repress, what we ignore, what we refuse to acknowledge. All of it continues to move within the psyche. This blocked energy often shows itself in dreams, sometimes as frightening images, sometimes as recurring patterns that confuse us. It can appear in thoughts we cannot control, in feelings we cannot name, in habits that seem compulsive. It may even manifest in physical tension, unexplained fatigue, or stress that has no clear source. Jung believed that these symptoms are not random. They are the psyche's way of signaling itself. They indicate where energy is stuck, where the unconscious is trying to speak, a recurring worry, a creative urge that cannot be expressed, a sudden emotional reaction. All of these are signs that psychic energy is seeking release. Ignoring or suppressing these signals only makes the problem worse. The blocked energy grows stronger. It becomes more insistent, more disruptive. The more we resist it, the more it forces itself to be noticed, sometimes in ways that feel overwhelming. But this energy also has the potential to transform. If we pay attention, if we reflect, if we allow expression through art, writing, dialogue, or action, the same energy that caused tension can fuel creativity, insight, and personal growth. By facing what is blocked, we not only relieve pressure, we harness the energy for conscious development. This is one of Jung's most important insights. Energy that seems destructive or troubling is not wasted. It is waiting for us to engage with it consciously. The psyche is constantly seeking balance, and blocked energy is a signal to guide us toward that balance. Psychic energy, according to Jung, is never lost. It only transforms. When energy is blocked or repressed, it does not disappear, it changes its form. Anger that is suppressed may reappear as tension in the body, anxiety, or irritation in unexpected situations. Creativity that is denied may emerge as restlessness, obsessive thinking, or even sudden bursts of artistic inspiration. Transformation is the natural way psychic energy maintains balance within the psyche. Jung compared it to water. It can freeze, it can evaporate, it can flow as a river. Its form changes depending on the conditions, but the energy itself is always present. The unconscious is constantly trying to convert energy from one form to another. This is why dreams, symbols, and creative impulses often appear when we least expect them. They are expressions of energy being transformed, reshaped, and redirected toward growth. Transformation is also at the heart of individuation. Blocked or misdirected energy can be consciously redirected to support personal development. By acknowledging our fears, our desires, and our potentials, we allow energy to flow into meaningful channels, fueling creativity, insight, and emotional growth. Jung emphasized that psychic energy is neither good nor bad. It is neutral, but powerful, and it becomes constructive or destructive depending on how it is channeled. When we resist it, energy may erupt in disruptive ways. When we engage with it consciously, it becomes a source of vitality, motivation, and transformation. Ultimately, understanding the transformation of psychic energy gives us a map of the psyche. It helps us see where tension exists, where growth is possible, and how the unconscious communicates with the conscious mind. By working with psychic energy rather than against it, we participate in our own psychological evolution. We learn to turn what was once blocked or chaotic into a guiding force toward wholeness. The ultimate purpose of psychic energy, according to Jung, is growth, transformation, and individuation. Individuation is the process of becoming whole, of integrating all parts of the psyche, conscious and unconscious. Psychic energy fuels this journey. It drives us to confront our shadows, to embrace our potentials, and to realize our fullest selves. Energy flows into challenges, conflicts, and insights, pushing us to face what we normally ignore. When we resist this flow, life feels stuck, repetitive, and empty. When we engage with it consciously, energy becomes a guide, a source of creativity, understanding, and inner balance. Through dreams, symbols, art, and reflection, psychic energy helps reveal hidden aspects of ourselves. The shadow shows us what we deny. The Anima and Animus show us inner opposites. Archetypes show us universal patterns. By paying attention to these signals, we can redirect energy from unconscious patterns into conscious growth. Individuation is not about perfection. It is about wholeness. It is about aligning the scattered currents of psychic energy toward a meaningful and integrated life. Every insight, every creative act, every confrontation with the shadow is an expression of psychic energy moving toward wholeness. Jung teaches that psychic energy is the life force of the psyche. It is always present, always active, always seeking expression. By understanding and working with this energy, we do not simply react to life. We shape it. We participate consciously in our own development, in our own transformation, and in the unfolding of our unique potential. Psychic energy is not a force to fear. It is a force to engage with. It is the current beneath all thought, feeling, and action, the hidden engine of creativity, insight, and individuation. And by learning to navigate its flow, we come closer to living fully, authentically, and wholly. Carl Jung noticed that people experience and respond to the world in fundamentally different ways. These differences are not random. They follow patterns that can be observed and described. He called these patterns psychological types. Understanding them helps us see why people perceive the world differently, make decisions differently, and react to situations differently. Jung believed that every person has a natural orientation toward life, a way of focusing energy and attention. Some people are drawn outward, toward action, people, and events. Others are drawn inward, toward thoughts, feelings, and inner reflection. These tendencies are the foundation of psychological types. Beyond outward versus inward focus, Jung recognized that people differ in how they perceive and judge reality. Some rely on logic and analysis to understand the world. Others rely on emotion and values to decide what is important. Some focus on concrete details, the here and now, while others focus on patterns, possibilities, and intuition about what might be. Psychological types are not fixed boxes. They are patterns of energy and preference that guide our perception and behavior. They influence every aspect of life: how we think, how we feel, how we relate to others, and how we make choices. Understanding psychological types is like having a map of the human mind. It allows us to see why conflicts arise, why certain people understand each other instantly while others clash. It shows why certain careers, hobbies, or roles feel natural to some and exhausting to others. By studying psychological types, we gain insight not only into others but into ourselves. We can identify our natural tendencies, recognize our strengths, notice our blind spots, and by doing so, we can move toward greater self-awareness, balance, and personal growth. In short, Jung's psychological types reveal that our differences are not flaws. They are natural variations in the flow of psychic energy through the mind, and by understanding them, we can navigate life more consciously, more effectively, and more harmoniously. One of the most important distinctions in Jung's psychological types is the difference between extroversion and introversion. These terms describe the primary direction in which a person's psychic energy flows. Extroverts are oriented outward. Their energy is directed toward the external world, toward people, activities, and experiences. They gain energy from interaction, from engagement with the environment. They are often expressive, sociable, and action-oriented. They notice the world around them in vivid detail, and they tend to respond quickly to external events. Introverts, on the other hand, are oriented inward. Their energy is directed toward inner thoughts, reflections, and ideas. They gain energy from solitude and contemplation. They are often thoughtful, introspective, and reflective. They focus deeply on inner experiences and perceptions, and they may appear reserved or quiet in social settings. It's important to note that extroversion and introversion are not about being shy or outgoing. Introverts can be very sociable, and extroverts can enjoy solitude. The distinction is about where energy is drawn from and where attention is primarily focused. Jung observed that everyone has a natural tendency toward one orientation, but life often requires us to develop the opposite orientation as well. Extroverts may need moments of reflection to recharge. Introverts may need engagement with the outside world to bring ideas into action. These attitudes also shape how people perceive reality and make decisions. Extroverts often respond quickly to external circumstances, relying on observable facts and events. Introverts may respond more slowly, weighing their inner impressions and insights. Both approaches are valuable, but they lead to very different ways of experiencing life. Understanding the distinction between extroversion and introversion is the foundation for understanding all of Jung's psychological types. It helps explain why conflicts arise, why communication can fail, and why some people feel energized in situations where others feel drained. By recognizing our own orientation and that of others, we can create balance in our lives, improve relationships, and harness our natural energy for growth and creativity. Beyond extroversion and introversion, Jung noticed that people differ in how they perceive the world and make decisions. He identified four main psychological functions that guide these processes: thinking, feeling, sensation, and intuition. Thinking is the function that evaluates and understands logically. It seeks truth through analysis, reasoning, and conceptual clarity. People who rely on thinking tend to ask, does this make sense? Is this logically consistent? They prioritize objectivity and clarity when making decisions. Feeling is the function that assesses value and emotional significance. It does not mean being emotional in a casual sense. Rather, feeling evaluates experiences in terms of personal or collective value. People who rely on feeling ask, is this good or bad? How does this affect people? They prioritize harmony, ethics, and relationships in their choices. Sensation is the function that perceives the concrete and physical world. It focuses on what can be observed directly through the senses. People who rely on sensation notice details, facts, and present reality. They ask, what is actually happening? What can I see, hear, or touch? Sensation keeps the mind grounded in the tangible world. Intuition is the function that perceives possibilities, patterns, and hidden meanings. It goes beyond the immediate facts to see potential, trends, or symbolic connections. People who rely on intuition ask, what could this become? What is the underlying pattern? Intuition opens the mind to imagination, insight, and foresight. Everyone has a dominant function, the primary way they interact with the world. They also have secondary functions that support the dominant function and provide balance. For example, an extroverted thinker might rely on logic outwardly, supported by introverted feeling to maintain inner values. This combination shapes not only how they make decisions, but also how they perceive themselves and others. Understanding these four functions is essential for understanding personality. They explain why people differ in approach, preference, and behavior. They also reveal that no one function is superior to another. Each has its strengths, weaknesses, and unique contributions to human experience. By recognizing our dominant function and how the other functions support us, we gain insight into our natural tendencies, our blind spots, and the areas where conscious development can lead to growth. In Jung's system, every person has a dominant function, the primary way their mind interacts with the world. This function is the strongest, most natural mode of perception or judgment. It shapes how we approach problems, make decisions, and understand experiences. The auxiliary function supports the dominant function. It provides balance and flexibility, allowing the individual to respond to situations the dominant function alone cannot handle. For example, someone with dominant extroverted thinking might use introverted feeling as an auxiliary function. This combination allows them to act logically in the world while staying connected to their inner values. The interplay between dominant and auxiliary functions creates a dynamic personality structure. It explains why people are consistent in their approach to life, yet capable of growth and adaptation. Without the auxiliary function, the dominant function may become one-sided or rigid. The auxiliary function prevents imbalance and supports a broader, more flexible engagement with life. Understanding dominant and auxiliary functions is key to understanding Jungian personality types. It explains why two people with the same dominant function can behave very differently if their auxiliary functions differ. It also helps clarify why personal development often requires strengthening the less dominant functions. By doing so, we allow psychic energy to flow more freely, reducing tension and increasing psychological resilience. Jung emphasized that conscious awareness of both dominant and auxiliary functions is crucial for individuation. It helps us recognize patterns of strength and weakness. It allows us to consciously develop parts of ourselves that might otherwise remain underutilized. And it provides a framework for understanding the differences in how other people think, feel, and perceive the world. By integrating awareness of dominant and auxiliary functions into daily life, we can achieve greater balance, make better decisions, and improve relationships. We can move from rigid habits to flexible, conscious engagement with the world. And we can begin to navigate our lives with understanding, insight and purpose. By combining the two attitudes, extroversion and introversion, with the four functions, thinking, feeling, sensation, and intuition, Jung described 8 basic psychological types. Each type has a unique way of perceiving the world, making decisions, and expressing energy. The 8 types are: extroverted thinking, focused on objective logic in the external world, values efficiency and clarity in action; introverted thinking, focused on internal logical consistency and ideas, seeks understanding and insight from within; extroverted feeling, oriented toward harmony and values in the external world, concerned with social norms and relationships; introverted feeling, oriented toward personal values and inner moral compass, seeks authenticity and inner alignment; extroverted sensation, focused on concrete details and immediate experiences in the external world, enjoys activity and sensory engagement; introverted sensation, focused on inner impressions of sensory experiences, recalls details and past impressions to guide understanding; extroverted intuition, oriented toward possibilities, opportunities, and patterns in the external world, sees connections and potential outcomes; introverted intuition, oriented toward inner visions, insights, and archetypal patterns, focuses on meaning beyond the immediate. Each combination creates a distinct personality profile. It explains why some people are naturally logical and analytical, while others are creative and visionary; why some are social and practical while others are reflective and symbolic. Jung emphasized that no type is superior to another. Each has strengths and weaknesses, and each is suited to different situations, careers, and life paths. Understanding type combinations helps us recognize our own patterns and appreciate the differences in others. It also explains why certain conflicts or misunderstandings occur. Two people with opposite types may see the same situation in completely different ways. One may focus on facts and details, another on values and possibilities. Understanding these differences reduces friction and increases empathy. Psychological type combinations are not rigid boxes. They are frameworks for understanding tendencies and energy flow in the psyche. By studying our type and the types of those around us, we can navigate relationships, work, and personal growth with greater awareness and skill. Understanding psychological types is not just theory. It has practical value in everyday life. It helps us understand ourselves, our natural tendencies, our strengths and limitations. It also helps us understand others, why people think, feel, and act differently. In personal growth, knowing your type allows you to identify blind spots, areas where energy is blocked or underutilized. For example, a dominant extroverted thinker might struggle with acknowledging emotions. An introverted intuitive type might have difficulty engaging with immediate facts and details. By recognizing these patterns, we can consciously develop the less dominant functions. This leads to balance, flexibility, and psychological resilience. In relationships, understanding types explains why conflicts arise. Two people may have opposite dominant functions or opposing attitudes. Extroverts may find introverts distant or unresponsive. Introverts may find extroverts overwhelming or intrusive. By understanding the underlying type dynamics, we can cultivate empathy, patience, and more effective communication. In career guidance and vocational choices, types provide insight into which environments and roles are most natural. Extroverted sensing types may thrive in dynamic, hands-on environments. Introverted intuitive types may excel in research, strategy, or creative problem-solving. Understanding type can guide choices that align with natural energy flow and reduce burnout. Types also help in teamwork and leadership. Leaders can understand how to motivate different types. Team members can recognize each other's strengths and complement each other's weaknesses. This reduces friction, enhances collaboration, and improves outcomes. Even in education and learning, psychological types provide valuable guidance. Some people learn best through hands-on experience and concrete examples, others through reflection, conceptual analysis, or abstract patterns. By recognizing these differences, teaching and learning can be tailored for effectiveness and engagement. Overall, the applications of psychological types are vast, from self-awareness and personal development to relationships, career, and education. Jung's framework provides a map to navigate human diversity with insight and skill. It allows us to harness our strengths, develop flexibility, and engage consciously with the world around us. Carl Jung's concept of psychological types reveals the natural diversity of human personality. It shows that differences in thought, feeling, perception, and decision-making are not random. They are patterned and predictable. By understanding extroversion and introversion, we see how energy is directed either outward or inward. By understanding the four functions, thinking, feeling, sensation, and intuition, we see how people perceive and judge reality differently. By understanding dominant and auxiliary functions, we see how personalities are balanced or imbalanced. And by studying type combinations, we understand the rich variety of human behavior and motivation. This knowledge is not meant to label or limit anyone. It is meant to provide insight and self-awareness, to help us recognize our strengths and weaknesses, to understand others with empathy and clarity, and to guide personal growth, creativity, and individuation. Psychological types offer a map of the psyche. They show the flow of psychic energy through our thoughts, feelings, and perceptions. By working consciously with our type, we can develop the less dominant functions. We can reduce internal tension. We can improve relationships. And we can navigate life with greater purpose and understanding. Ultimately, Jung's psychological types remind us that human diversity is natural and valuable. No type is better or worse than another. Each type contributes uniquely to the richness of life. And by understanding ourselves and others through this lens, we can live more consciously, more harmoniously, and more fully. Carl Jung proposed that the human mind processes reality through four primary functions. These functions are thinking, feeling, sensation, and intuition. Each function provides a unique way of perceiving the world and making decisions. Thinking evaluates reality through logic and reasoning. Feeling evaluates reality through values and emotions. Sensation perceives the world through the five senses and direct experience. And intuition perceives through patterns, possibilities, and unconscious connections. Together, these four functions form the foundation of Jung's theory of personality. Every person uses all four functions, but in different degrees of strength. One function is usually dominant, guiding the way we interact with the world. Another plays a supportive role, balancing the dominant function. The remaining two often remain less developed, operating unconsciously or in the background. Jung emphasized that no function is superior or inferior in itself. Each has strengths and weaknesses. Each is necessary for a full and balanced understanding of life. The challenge of personal growth lies in recognizing our dominant tendencies and learning to develop the weaker functions to achieve balance. By studying the four functions, we gain insight into how people differ in thought, feeling, and perception. We learn why some value facts and logic above all else, why others prioritize emotional harmony and personal values, why some focus on tangible details, and why others look beyond the obvious to see hidden possibilities. The four functions are not just categories of personality. They are gateways to understanding the structure of consciousness itself. They show how psychic energy flows through perception and judgment, and they reveal how the human mind constructs meaning from experience. The thinking function is Jung's name for the mental process that evaluates reality through logic, structure, and objective reasoning. It asks the question, is this true or false? It seeks clarity, order, and consistency in how ideas are connected. Thinking types tend to analyze situations by looking for patterns of cause and effect. They focus on principles, categories, and rules. They want to understand how things work, and they often make decisions based on facts and logical conclusions rather than emotions or personal values. For example, when faced with a difficult choice, a person led by the thinking function might create a list of pros and cons. They might study evidence, compare data, or rely on established principles before acting. The goal is to arrive at a conclusion that is reasonable, objective, and intellectually sound. But the thinking function is not only about solving problems. It also provides a framework for communication and shared understanding. By defining terms and applying logic, it makes ideas clear and precise. It helps us separate assumptions from evidence, and it allows us to test whether our beliefs match reality. However, Jung warned that an overdeveloped thinking function can become rigid and detached. When thinking dominates without balance, a person may ignore feelings, values, or human needs. They may reduce people to categories or treat relationships as problems to be solved instead of experiences to be lived. This can create distance, coldness, or lack of empathy. On the other hand, when thinking is underdeveloped, decisions may be made impulsively, without logic or consistency. A weak thinking function can lead to confusion, contradiction, or difficulty organizing thoughts. In such cases, people may rely too heavily on emotions, impressions, or outside influence, leaving them vulnerable to errors in judgment. The challenge of the thinking function, then, is balance, to use reason as a powerful tool for understanding reality, but not to let logic suppress the richness of human feeling and intuition. When integrated consciously with the other functions, thinking becomes a stabilizing force of clarity and truth. It helps us navigate complexity with precision, and it anchors the psyche in coherence and meaning. The feeling function is Jung's name for the process that evaluates reality through values, emotions, and personal or social meaning. It asks the question, is this right or wrong? Do I value this or not? Unlike thinking, which seeks truth through logic, feeling seeks harmony, significance, and alignment with what matters most. Feeling types are guided by emotional resonance and value judgments. They assess situations by asking how things affect themselves and others on a human level. For example, when faced with a decision, a person led by the feeling function might ask, will this bring harmony or conflict? Does this align with my personal values or the values of my community? How will this affect the people I care about? The feeling function provides the ability to connect deeply with others. It helps us build relationships, maintain trust, and create bonds of empathy. It gives life warmth, intimacy, and richness. Without feeling, the world would be cold logic and mechanical calculation. But Jung emphasized that the feeling function is not the same as being emotional. It is a rational process, just like thinking. Instead of organizing reality with logic, it organizes reality by value. It decides what is important, what is meaningful, and what should be preserved or rejected. However, when the feeling function is overdeveloped, it can create problems. A person may become overly concerned with pleasing others or avoiding conflict. They might sacrifice truth or practicality just to maintain harmony. Or they might judge too quickly, labeling things as good or bad without reflection. When the feeling function is underdeveloped, the opposite occurs. A person may struggle to connect with their emotions or recognize the feelings of others. They might come across as cold, indifferent, or insensitive. Relationships may suffer, and personal values may feel unclear or inconsistent. The challenge of the feeling function is balance. To remain true to one's values without losing sight of logic, facts, and practical reality. To care for others without falling into self-sacrifice or emotional bias. When integrated consciously with the other functions, feeling becomes the heart of the psyche. It gives life depth, authenticity, and meaning. It allows us to honor both ourselves and others. And it provides the emotional compass that guides us through choices and relationships. The sensation function is Jung's name for the process that perceives reality through the five senses and direct experience. It asks the question, what is here and now? It focuses on what is real, tangible, and concrete. Sensation types are oriented toward facts and details. They notice what is physically present, the colors, textures, sounds, smells, and shapes of the world around them. They value experience and observation over speculation or theory. For them, reality is what can be seen, touched, and measured. For example, when walking into a room, a sensation type might immediately notice the arrangement of furniture, the brightness of the lights, the smell of fresh paint, or the sound of music in the background. They absorb the details of the environment as it is, without needing to interpret or imagine beyond it. The sensation function grounds us in the present moment. It connects us with our bodies, our environment, and the material world. It is essential for survival, for practical action, and for making sense of immediate reality. Without sensation, we would be lost in abstract thoughts or imagined possibilities with no anchor in reality. However, when the sensation function is overdeveloped, it can limit perspective. A person may become trapped in details, unable to see the bigger picture. They might cling to immediate facts and experiences while ignoring future possibilities or deeper meaning. This can lead to materialism, short-term thinking, or resistance to change. When the sensation function is underdeveloped, the opposite problem appears. A person may struggle to stay grounded in the present. They may ignore or forget details. They might live in abstractions, theories, or fantasies, disconnected from the tangible world. This can lead to impractical decisions, disorganization, or difficulty handling everyday life. The challenge of the sensation function is balance. To remain fully aware of the present moment while not losing sight of future possibilities or inner meaning. To embrace reality as it is without becoming stuck in surface details. When integrated consciously with the other functions, sensation becomes the anchor of experience. It provides stability, presence, and appreciation of life's richness. It allows us to savor the moment, enjoy the world as it is, and act effectively in practical reality. The intuition function is Jung's name for the process that perceives reality through patterns, possibilities, and unconscious connections. It asks the question, what might this mean? Where could this lead? Unlike sensation, which is rooted in the present and the concrete, intuition looks beyond what is immediately visible into the unseen potential of things. Intuitive types are drawn to ideas, symbols, and possibilities. They sense connections that are not obvious, and they often leap from one idea to another. They look for hidden meanings, underlying patterns, and future outcomes. For them, reality is not just what is, but also what could be. For example, when entering a room, an intuitive type may not notice the furniture or lighting in detail. Instead, they might get a sense of the mood, the potential of the space, or the dynamics between the people present. They may imagine what could happen there, or feel inspired by associations that arise in their mind. The intuition function fuels creativity, imagination, and innovation. It allows us to envision possibilities beyond the present moment. It inspires art, invention, and insight. Without intuition, life would remain bound to what is immediate and factual, with no vision of what lies ahead. However, when the intuition function is overdeveloped, it can become detached from reality. A person may live too much in possibilities, chasing ideas without grounding them in facts. They might ignore practical details, or constantly shift from one vision to another without finishing what they start. This can lead to restlessness, instability, or unrealistic expectations. When the intuition function is underdeveloped, the opposite occurs. A person may be unable to see beyond the present moment. They may miss hidden meanings, resist change, or fail to anticipate consequences. Life may feel limited to what is directly in front of them, with little imagination or foresight. The challenge of the intuition function is balance. To use imagination and foresight without losing touch with concrete reality. To recognize possibilities without being carried away by fantasies. When integrated consciously with the other functions, intuition becomes the spark of vision and inspiration. It opens the mind to potential, creativity, and transformation. It helps us see beyond appearances and connect with the deeper flow of life. Carl Jung emphasized that every individual possesses all four functions: thinking, feeling, sensation, and intuition. But they do not exist in equal strength. One is usually dominant, shaping the way we approach life. Another plays a supporting role, and the remaining two often remain less developed, sometimes hidden in the unconscious. The key to psychological growth is not to suppress our natural dominant function, but to bring balance by developing the weaker ones. For example, a strong thinking type may rely too much on logic and structure, ignoring emotions and values. By cultivating the feeling function, they can grow in empathy and relational awareness. A strong sensation type may be highly attuned to details and the present moment, but resistant to new ideas. By developing intuition, they can gain vision and creativity, expanding their perspective beyond the immediate. Likewise, a dominant intuitive may be inspired by possibilities, yet disconnected from reality. By strengthening sensation, they can stay grounded, practical, and effective. And a dominant feeling type, guided by values and harmony, may sometimes overlook objective truth. By engaging the thinking function, they can bring clarity and structure to their decisions. Balancing the four functions does not mean all functions will ever be equal. Our dominant function will always remain central to who we are. But conscious development of the weaker functions reduces blind spots. It helps us avoid one-sidedness, and it allows us to live a fuller, more integrated life. Jung also warned that the neglected functions, when left unconscious, can become distorted. They may emerge in unhealthy ways through projections, emotional outbursts, or rigid thinking. By recognizing and integrating them, we prevent these distortions and reclaim lost potential. Ultimately, balance of the four functions is about wholeness. It allows us to think clearly, feel deeply, sense reality directly, and imagine possibilities creatively. It gives us flexibility to adapt to different situations and people. And it supports the greater process Jung called individuation, the unfolding of the whole self. Carl Jung's four functions, thinking, feeling, sensation, and intuition, are the fundamental ways human consciousness interacts with reality. Each function offers a unique lens through which we perceive, judge, and experience the world. The dominant function shapes our natural tendencies and the way we instinctively operate. The auxiliary function provides support, balance, and flexibility. The less conscious functions can remain hidden, but they still influence our decisions and behavior from the background. Jung emphasized that the goal of psychological growth is not to suppress our natural dominant function, but to consciously develop the weaker functions, creating balance and integration. When the functions are balanced, psychic energy flows smoothly. We are able to think clearly, feel deeply, perceive reality directly, and imagine possibilities. We can approach life with adaptability, insight, and resilience. We are less likely to become one-sided or overwhelmed by unconscious tendencies. Neglecting any function can lead to distortions. For example, overdeveloped thinking without feeling can produce cold logic devoid of empathy. Excess intuition without sensation can lead to impractical or unrealistic visions. By consciously engaging all four functions, we move closer to what Jung called individuation, the process of becoming a whole, integrated person. It allows us to live with awareness, balance, and a deeper understanding of both ourselves and others. The four functions are more than personality traits. They are pathways of consciousness, guiding the flow of psychic energy through perception and judgment. Understanding and integrating them equips us to navigate life with clarity, meaning, and fulfillment. Carl Jung described complexes as autonomous clusters of thoughts, emotions, memories, and perceptions that revolve around a common theme. These themes are often tied to personal experiences, unresolved conflicts, or emotionally charged situations. A complex can be thought of as a psychic subpersonality. It has its own energy, its own way of perceiving reality, and often acts independently of the conscious mind. Complexes can influence our behavior, decisions, and emotional responses without us being aware of it. For example, a person may have a mother complex. This could cause them to react strongly in situations involving maternal figures, caregiving, or nurturing, even if the current situation has nothing to do with their actual mother. Similarly, a power complex might make someone overreact in situations involving authority or control. Complexes are not inherently negative. They store vital emotional energy and can protect the psyche by shielding it from overwhelming experiences. However, when left unrecognized, they can dominate thoughts and behavior, leading to repetitive patterns, emotional turmoil, or unconscious projections onto others. Jung emphasized that complexes often reveal themselves through emotional reactions, dreams, and slips of the tongue. They are windows into the unconscious, showing where psychic energy is concentrated and where unresolved tensions exist. Understanding complexes is crucial for personal growth. By recognizing a complex and observing how it influences thoughts and behavior, we can gradually regain conscious control over its energy. We can integrate it, learn from it, and use its energy constructively rather than being controlled by it. Complexes are a central concept in Jungian psychology because they bridge the conscious and unconscious mind. They show how personal experiences, emotions, and memories accumulate into structured psychic patterns. And they reveal that much of our behavior is influenced by forces we are not immediately aware of. At the heart of every complex lies a core experience or emotional charge. This core is often formed during early life, when a powerful event or relationship leaves a lasting mark on the psyche. Around this core, thoughts, feelings, memories, and associations begin to cluster. Like planets orbiting a sun, they revolve around the emotional nucleus of the complex. For example, imagine a child who grew up with a highly critical parent. The emotional charge of feeling judged or inadequate becomes the core. Around this core gather memories of criticism, the child's responses of shame or anger, and later adult experiences that echo that same pattern. This constellation forms what Jung would call an inferiority complex. Complexes are not static. They are dynamic systems of energy within the psyche. Depending on life circumstances, a complex can remain dormant, suddenly activate, or even dominate the entire personality for a time. This is why we sometimes say, "I don't know what came over me." In that moment, it is the complex, rather than the conscious ego, that has taken the lead. Jung also emphasized that complexes are autonomous. This means they behave almost like independent personalities within us. They can interrupt thought, hijack emotions, and even speak through us in dreams or slips of the tongue. It is as if the psyche contains multiple centers of energy, not just one unified self. But this autonomy also has a positive side. Complexes carry valuable insights and energy that can enrich life if we integrate them. For instance, a creativity complex might push an individual toward artistic expression. A healing complex may emerge in someone drawn to medicine or caregiving professions. The key lies in how the ego relates to these inner forces. If the ego denies or represses them, the complexes become disruptive, often surfacing as anxiety, projections, or compulsive behaviors. But if the ego acknowledges and dialogues with them, the complexes can contribute to growth, depth, and greater psychological wholeness. Jung saw this interaction between ego and complexes as central to the dynamic structure of the psyche. Complexes are not just obstacles, they are messengers from the unconscious. They show us where our psychic energy is concentrated and where personal development is needed. Complexes do not usually announce themselves openly. They live in the unconscious, hidden from the ego's direct awareness. But their presence becomes clear in the ways they break through into daily life. One of the most common ways is through emotional triggers. When a person reacts far more strongly than a situation seems to justify, It is often a complex that has been activated. For example, a harmless comment about appearance might unleash a flood of anger or shame. This excessive reaction points to an underlying complex tied to self-image or past criticism. Another way complexes show themselves is through slips of the tongue. These so-called Freudian slips are moments when words we did not consciously intend suddenly emerge. Often, they betray the hidden thoughts, feelings, or associations of a complex waiting beneath the surface. Complexes also emerge in dreams. Jung carefully analyzed dreams to uncover the symbolic presence of complexes. A figure in a dream may represent an unresolved relationship, a repressed memory, or a shadow aspect of the self. For instance, a recurring dream of being chased might symbolize an avoided emotional truth carried by a complex. Another powerful channel is projection. When we see in others qualities that we deny or fail to recognize in ourselves, we are often projecting the energy of a complex. A person with an unresolved authority complex may constantly find bosses or teachers intimidating, overbearing, or unfair. In reality, the reaction stems less from the external person and more from the unresolved psychic pattern within. Complexes can also hijack behavior in moments of stress. We may find ourselves saying or doing things that feel alien to our conscious intentions. This is why Jung noted that complexes have a degree of autonomy. In those moments, it is not the ego but the complex that is speaking or acting. These breakthroughs, whether through emotions, slips, dreams, or projections, are not failures of the psyche. They are signals. They show us where unacknowledged energy is stored and where personal work is needed. By paying attention to these signs, we begin to recognize the footprints of the unconscious. We see how much of our daily life is influenced by hidden psychic structures, and we learn that awareness is the first step toward integration. At first glance, complexes may seem like obstacles. They disrupt our thoughts, hijack our emotions, and cause us to repeat painful patterns. But for Jung, complexes were not simply problems to be eliminated. They were also potential sources of growth and transformation. Every complex contains a core of psychic energy. This energy can feel overwhelming when it takes control, but if we approach it with awareness, it becomes fuel for self-discovery. For example, a person with a father complex may struggle with authority figures throughout life. On the surface, this appears as a recurring problem, but beneath it lies a hidden invitation to confront unresolved experiences with the father figure, to work through feelings of fear, anger, or dependence, and eventually to develop a healthier, more balanced relationship with authority itself. In this way, complexes serve as portals to the unconscious. They point directly to the places where psychic energy is bound up, waiting to be released. The very intensity of a complex shows where the psyche is demanding attention. When a complex is recognized and worked with consciously, its energy no longer dominates in destructive ways. Instead, it becomes available to the whole personality. For instance, someone with an inferiority complex may, through honest self-reflection, discover strengths and talents previously hidden by self-doubt. The same complex that once caused suffering can now fuel ambition, creativity, or compassion for others. Jung believed this process of confronting and integrating complexes was essential to individuation, the lifelong journey toward becoming a whole and balanced self. Complexes are not random burdens, they are signposts, guiding us toward the parts of ourselves that need healing, recognition, and development. Thus, the role of complexes is twofold. On one hand, they remind us of our wounds, conflicts, and vulnerabilities. On the other, they challenge us to grow, to face the unconscious, and to integrate hidden aspects of our personality. Instead of fearing or denying them, we can learn to see complexes as teachers. Each one carries a lesson about who we are, where we have been, and where our potential for growth lies. One of Jung's most striking insights was that complexes are autonomous. They are not just passive bundles of memories and emotions. They behave as if they have a will of their own. In fact, Jung described them as splinter psyches, fragments of the personality that can think, feel, and act independently of the conscious ego. This autonomy explains why a complex can suddenly take over behavior. You may feel calm and rational one moment, and in the next, after hearing a certain word or facing a familiar situation, you are overcome with anger, sadness, or fear. It feels almost as though another person inside you has taken the wheel. Complexes also reveal their autonomy in the way they appear in dreams. Often they are symbolized by figures who act independently of the dreamer, challenging, guiding, or even attacking them. These dream figures embody the complex, showing how it exists as a living force within the psyche. Another sign of their autonomy is how complexes resist conscious control. We cannot simply will them away. The more we try to repress or deny them, the more forcefully they return, often in distorted or exaggerated forms. Jung emphasized that this autonomy does not mean we are powerless. Rather, it shows that the psyche is not a single, unified system controlled by the ego. It is a dynamic interplay of many centers of energy. The ego is one of these centers, but not the only one. By recognizing the autonomy of complexes, we gain humility about the limits of conscious control. We see that much of our life is shaped by forces beyond our immediate awareness, but we also gain the opportunity to dialogue with these inner forces, to approach them with curiosity rather than fear, and to gradually bring their energy into a more harmonious relationship with the ego. In this way, the autonomy of complexes is not just a challenge. It is also an opening. It shows us that our inner life is rich, multi-layered, and full of hidden possibilities for transformation. Complexes are powerful and often disruptive, but Jung stressed that they do not exist in isolation. They are always part of a larger psychic system, and at the center of this system is what Jung called the self. The self is not the same as the ego. The ego is the seat of conscious awareness, the I that we usually identify with, but the self is far greater. It represents the totality of the psyche, both conscious and unconscious. It is the organizing principle that holds the whole personality together. From this perspective, complexes are like fragments orbiting around the self. They are incomplete pieces of the total personality, cut off from the ego but still part of the whole. This is why Jung saw them not as enemies, but as unfinished aspects of ourselves. Each complex represents energy and experience that has not yet been fully integrated into consciousness. For example, a person with a mother complex may project unresolved needs or fears onto relationships. But at a deeper level, this complex points toward the archetypal dimension of the mother, the nurturing, protective, and life-giving force that exists within the psyche. By working through the personal complex, the individual gains access to this deeper archetypal energy. In this way, complexes serve as bridges between the personal and the archetypal. They connect our individual experiences with the deeper structures of the collective unconscious. Every time we encounter a complex, we are not only facing personal history, we are also touching a universal pattern of human experience. The task of psychological growth, therefore, is not to destroy complexes, but to integrate them into the larger whole of the self. When we bring them into awareness, acknowledge their power, and learn from their lessons, their energy flows back into the psyche. Instead of pulling us apart, they begin to contribute to our wholeness. Jung believed that the self continually seeks balance and integration. Complexes are the rough edges, the unfinished business, the tensions that push us toward growth. By engaging with them, we participate in the deeper process of individuation, the unfolding of the self in its fullness. Complexes are among Jung's most important contributions to psychology. They show us that the human psyche is not fully under the control of the conscious ego. Hidden beneath the surface are clusters of emotion, memory, and meaning, each with its own energy, each capable of shaping our thoughts and behavior. At times, complexes can feel like burdens. They disrupt relationships, fuel inner conflict, and trap us in repetitive patterns. But Jung taught us to see them differently, not as enemies to be destroyed, but as teachers and guides. Every complex carries a story of past wounds, unmet needs, or unresolved conflicts. And every story carries within it the possibility of growth and transformation. When we pay attention to our emotional triggers, our dreams, our projections, and our slips of the tongue, we begin to see the footprints of the complexes that live within us. And when we approach them with awareness and humility, we can reclaim the psychic energy they hold, turning what once dominated us into fuel for wholeness. Complexes remind us that the psyche is vast, layered, and full of mystery. They bridge the personal and the archetypal. They challenge the ego, but they also serve the self. And they guide us, sometimes painfully, sometimes gently, along the path of individuation. In the end, complexes are not just signs of weakness or fragmentation. They are the psyche's way of drawing our attention to what is unfinished. They are the hidden companions of our journey toward becoming who we truly are. Individuation is one of Carl Jung's central ideas. It refers to the lifelong process of becoming the person you are meant to be, not just the outer personality shaped by society, but the deeper, authentic self that lies at the core of your being. Jung believed that the psyche is not naturally unified. We are born with different aspects of consciousness and unconsciousness. Ego, complexes, archetypes, shadow, anima, or animus, all of these exist within us, often in tension or even in conflict. Individuation is the journey of bringing these parts into relationship, into dialogue, and eventually into harmony. This process does not mean achieving perfection. Instead, it means moving toward wholeness, living a life that is true to both our conscious values and our unconscious depths. It is about integrating the parts of ourselves we often ignore, deny, or project onto others. To Jung, individuation was not optional. It was an inner drive, a calling of the self to unfold. Just as an acorn strives to become an oak tree, or a seed pushes toward the light, the human psyche carries within it the urge to realize its full potential. Individuation often begins with a sense of inner conflict. We may feel torn between duty and desire, reason and emotion, outer success and inner emptiness. These tensions are signals. They point to the unfinished work of uniting the different voices within the psyche. Through dreams, active imagination, creative work, and self-reflection, we gradually begin to encounter the unconscious. We meet the shadow, we face the anima or animus, we engage with archetypal patterns. And in doing so, we discover dimensions of ourselves that the ego alone could never create. Individuation is therefore not about becoming someone else. It is about becoming more fully yourself. The self already exists as a totality within. The task is to uncover it, to bring it into conscious life, and to live in alignment with it. The journey of individuation unfolds in stages, though it is never strictly linear. Each stage is a deep encounter with parts of the psyche that have remained hidden or neglected. It often begins with the shadow, the side of ourselves we have denied, rejected, or projected onto others. Meeting the shadow is uncomfortable, even frightening, but it is essential. For within the shadow lie our fears, our suppressed desires, and the very energy that can drive creativity and growth. As we confront the shadow, we begin to recognize patterns in our life that we had ignored. Moments of overreaction, repeated failures, or strong projections onto others suddenly start to make sense. These are the clues that the shadow is active, trying to communicate, trying to reclaim its place in our consciousness. The next stage involves the anima and animus, the unconscious feminine in men and the unconscious masculine in women. These are powerful, often surprising parts of our inner life. They show up in dreams, in emotions, and in our relationships. Integrating these energies brings emotional depth, balance, and a capacity for authentic connection with others. Finally, the process moves toward the self, not the ego, but the deeper organizing principle of the psyche. The self represents wholeness, the union of opposites, and the totality of who we are. Encountering the self is often experienced in dreams as mandalas, wise figures, or guiding children. These symbols are invitations to step beyond the ego and embrace the full range of our being. Throughout the journey, symbols, myths, and creative expression serve as guides. Dreams, art, and imagination are not just entertainment. They are the language of the unconscious, showing us the path toward wholeness. Individuation is challenging and sometimes painful. It requires courage, honesty, and patience. But with each stage, the ego becomes stronger, wiser, and more integrated. Energy that was once blocked in complexes or projections begins to flow, fueling creativity, insight, and personal growth. Ultimately, the stages of individuation are not just psychological exercises. They are the unfolding of the soul itself. Each stage brings us closer to the self, to living authentically, and to embracing the complexity, richness, and depth of who we truly are. Dreams are one of the most important guides on the path of individuation. They are the language of the unconscious, speaking in images, stories, and symbols that the conscious mind often overlooks. When we pay attention to dreams, we start to see patterns, repeated themes, and figures that carry messages from the deeper psyche. A dream of falling might point to a loss of control or fear of failure. A dream of flying could suggest freedom, ambition, or spiritual aspiration. Symbols in dreams are never random. They are the psyche's way of communicating with itself. But dreams are only one part of the story. Symbols appear everywhere in myths, art, literature, and even everyday life. A mandala, for example, often appears as a circular pattern in dreams or creative expression. It represents unity, balance, and the wholeness that individuation seeks to achieve. Jung believed that by actively engaging with these symbols, through reflection, imagination, or creative work, we can gradually bring unconscious material into consciousness. We might imagine a figure from a dream and have a dialogue with it. We might draw or paint it, or write about it, exploring what it could represent in our life. This process is powerful because it allows us to integrate what has been hidden, denied, or repressed. Complexes, shadow traits, or suppressed desires begin to reveal themselves through these symbols. And by bringing them into awareness, we reclaim energy, creativity, and insight that had been locked away. In short, dreams and symbols are the compass on the individuation journey. They guide us, warn us, and inspire us. They show the way toward the self, toward wholeness, and toward living a life that is not only conscious, but deeply aligned with the totality of who we are. The shadow is the part of ourselves we most often deny. The thoughts, feelings, and desires we consider unacceptable, dangerous, or shameful. We push it away, hide it, or project it onto others. But the shadow does not disappear. It remains alive in the unconscious, quietly influencing our actions, our relationships, and our decisions. Individuation begins with facing this shadow. It begins when we recognize that what irritates us in others, what triggers anger or fear, often reflects what we refuse to see in ourselves. The shadow is like a mirror, showing the parts of us that are hidden, rejected, or misunderstood. Confronting the shadow is not easy. It is uncomfortable, even frightening. We might feel guilt, shame, or denial at first, but this confrontation is essential. For within the shadow lies energy, creativity, and insight that the conscious ego cannot access on its own. Integration of the shadow does not mean eliminating it. It means accepting it, understanding it, and finding a way to bring it into harmony with the rest of the personality. Once integrated, the shadow becomes a source of strength rather than a source of conflict. It fuels creativity, courage, and authenticity. Jung emphasized that the shadow is not inherently evil. It is only labeled so because of cultural, moral, or personal judgments. By recognizing its value and incorporating its energy consciously, we reclaim psychic energy that would otherwise remain trapped or expressed destructively. The process of shadow integration often appears in dreams or imagination as a dark figure, a monster, or a feared character. These figures are invitations to engage, to understand, and to reconcile with the shadow parts of ourselves. Through conscious work, dialogue with these figures, and self-reflection, the shadow becomes a partner on the journey toward wholeness. Ultimately, the shadow is a teacher. It challenges us, reveals our blind spots, and points the way toward deeper self-knowledge. By embracing it, we move closer to individuation, to living authentically, and to becoming fully aware of the complexity, depth, and richness of our own psyche. Every man carries within him an inner feminine figure. Jung called this the Anima. Every woman carries an inner masculine figure, the Animus. These are not just abstract ideas. They are living, dynamic parts of the unconscious that shape our emotions, perceptions, and relationships. The Anima and Animus often appear in dreams, fantasies, or projections onto others. A man might fall in love with someone who embodies qualities of his Anima, only to discover later that these projections cause conflict or disappointment. A woman might react strongly to certain traits in men, unaware that these reactions reflect her animus, not the man himself. Integrating the anima or animus is a crucial step in individuation. It requires seeing these inner figures not as enemies or illusions, but as aspects of the psyche that need recognition and dialogue. Through dreams, imagination, creative expression, or introspection, we can begin to understand their messages, their energy, and their purpose. When the anima or animus is acknowledged and integrated, it brings profound transformation. It deepens emotional awareness, enriches relationships, and allows us to access creativity, intuition, and insight that was previously blocked or projected onto others. It also helps reconcile masculine and feminine qualities within the individual, leading to greater psychological balance and wholeness. Jung emphasized that failing to engage with the anima or animus leaves the psyche divided. Unconscious projections can distort perceptions, trigger repetitive patterns, and cause inner conflict. But when we consciously integrate these inner figures, they become allies on the journey toward the self. Their energy, once unconscious and projected, flows back into the personality, fueling individuation and personal growth. Ultimately, the anima and animus are bridges between the conscious ego and the deeper self. They guide us, challenge us, and expand our understanding of ourselves and others. By engaging with them, we move closer to wholeness, authenticity, and the realization of our full potential. At the heart of individuation lies the self, not the ego, not the mask we show the world, but the deeper organizing center of the entire psyche. The self represents wholeness, the union of opposites, the totality of conscious and unconscious life within us. It is both the goal and the guiding force of individuation. Everything in the psyche, the ego, complexes, shadow, anima, and animus orbits around the self, seeking balance and integration. Encountering the self is often a profound, transformative experience. It may appear in dreams as a mandala, a wise figure, a child, or a divine being. These symbols are not random. They represent the unity and completeness that the psyche strives for. Individuation is the process of moving toward this wholeness. As we confront the shadow, integrate the anima or animus, and reclaim the energy of complexes, the self gradually emerges into consciousness. It is not about becoming someone else. It is about uncovering the totality that has always existed within. The self also guides the psyche like a compass. Even before we are fully aware of it, its presence shapes our choices, our values, and our creative impulses. It is the voice that calls us toward authenticity, toward meaning, and toward a life aligned with the deepest aspects of our being. Jung described individuation as a lifelong journey. It is never fully complete because the psyche is always evolving. But every step toward integrating the unconscious, acknowledging the shadow, and engaging with inner figures like the anima or animus brings us closer to the self, closer to wholeness, closer to living a life that is not fragmented but fully alive, fully aware, and deeply meaningful. In the end, the self is not just a psychological concept. It is the experience of being fully present in our own life, fully conscious of the inner depths, and fully aligned with the totality of who we are. The journey of individuation is the journey of the soul. It is the lifelong process of becoming fully who we are, of bringing the many parts of the psyche into harmony and wholeness. Along the way, we meet our shadow, the parts of ourselves we fear, deny, or reject. We engage with the anima or animus, the inner feminine or masculine energies that shape our emotions and relationships. We navigate complexes, reclaiming the energy that once controlled us unconsciously, and ultimately we move toward the self, the center of the psyche, the guiding force of wholeness. Individuation is not easy. It requires courage, honesty, patience, and the willingness to face discomfort and uncertainty. But every confrontation with the unconscious, every integration of a hidden part of ourselves brings freedom, creativity, and deeper understanding. Through dreams, symbols, active imagination, and self-reflection, the unconscious communicates with us. It shows us what has been neglected, what has been projected, and what needs to be integrated. The psyche is constantly guiding us toward balance, toward authenticity, toward the realization of our full potential. In the end, individuation is not about becoming someone else. It is about becoming more fully yourself. It is about living in alignment with the deepest, truest, and most complete version of who you are. It is the path to psychological wholeness, emotional depth, and spiritual maturity. Jung reminds us that the journey never truly ends. Life continually offers opportunities to confront, integrate, and grow. And with each step, we move closer to the self, closer to wholeness, closer to the profound experience of being fully alive. Individuation is the soul's call to wake up, to embrace the entirety of who we are, and to live a life that is rich, authentic, and deeply meaningful. The self-archetype is at the very heart of Carl Jung's psychology. It represents the totality of the psyche, both conscious and unconscious, not just who we think we are, but the deeper wholeness of who we truly are. Jung described the self as the guiding center of the psyche. It is the pattern that holds all parts of the personality together. Ego, shadow, anima or animus, and even the personal and collective unconscious all find their place within the larger unity of the self. The self is not the same as the ego. The ego is our everyday sense of I, the part that makes decisions, remembers, and interacts with the world. But the self is far larger. It contains the ego, and much more. If the ego is like a small island, the self is the entire ocean in which that island rests. Jung often symbolized the self with powerful images. A mandala representing balance and unity, the divine child symbolizing potential and renewal, or the wise old man and wise old woman representing inner guidance. The self is not something we create. It already exists within us as a latent pattern of wholeness. But it is something we must uncover, integrate, and align with. This uncovering is what Jung called individuation, the lifelong process of realizing the self in conscious life. When we ignore the call of the self, life often feels fragmented. We may chase outer success while feeling empty inside. We may cling to rigid identities and reject parts of ourselves. But the self continually pushes for integration, often through dreams, crises, or synchronicities. Ultimately, the self-archetype is the inner blueprint of our wholeness. It is both the destination and the guide of the individuation journey. To live in harmony with the self is to live in alignment with the deepest truth of who we are. Because the self is so vast and beyond direct understanding, the psyche expresses it through symbols, especially in dreams, myths, and art. One of the most important symbols of the self is the mandala, a circular, balanced image, often with a center point and symmetrical patterns. Jung noticed that patients spontaneously drew mandalas when undergoing deep psychological transformation. To him, the mandala represented the inner order of the psyche, the harmony of opposites brought into wholeness. Another symbol of the self is the divine child. This figure represents new beginnings, innocence, and the unfolding of potential. It suggests that at the core of our being there is always the possibility of renewal, no matter how lost or fragmented we feel. The wise old man and wise old woman are also common self-symbols. They appear as figures of inner guidance, representing wisdom beyond the ego. In myths, they often appear to the hero at critical moments, pointing the way forward on the journey of growth. Animals and natural symbols also carry the power of the self. For example, a snake biting its own tail, the Ouroboros, symbolizes the eternal cycle of death and rebirth. The lotus flower in Eastern traditions represents wholeness emerging from the depths. Mountains, trees, and suns are frequent self-symbols, expressing the totality and central source of life. Importantly, the self does not appear the same way for everyone. It adapts to each individual's culture, psyche, and personal journey. That is why dreams and symbols must be carefully interpreted in context. They are not rigid codes, but living expressions of the self's movement toward wholeness. When we pay attention to these symbols, through dream work, active imagination, or creative expression, we begin to align our conscious life with the deeper self. The symbols are like signposts on the path to individuation, guiding us toward integration and meaning. For Jung, the self is not just another archetype among many. It is the central archetype, the organizing principle of the entire psyche, while the ego gives us our sense of I in daily life. The self represents the totality of who we are, both the conscious and unconscious, both the light we show the world and the shadow we keep hidden. Individuation, the lifelong process we explored earlier, has one main purpose: to bring the ego into relationship with the self, not to dissolve the ego completely, but to align it with this deeper center. In practical terms, this means recognizing that our conscious plans and desires are only part of the story. Dreams, intuitions, synchronicities all carry messages from the self, and when we ignore them, life often feels empty or fragmented. The self does not emerge all at once. It reveals itself gradually, through symbols, inner conflicts, and transformative experiences. Each time we face the shadow, each time we integrate a new aspect of the unconscious, we take a step closer to living in harmony with the self. Jung often compared individuation to alchemy. In alchemy, raw materials were transformed through fire and union of opposites into gold. For Jung, the psyche undergoes a similar process. Our conflicts and tensions are the raw material, and through the struggle of life, they can be transformed into the gold of wholeness. The self is therefore not just a concept. It is the living center of our being, the hidden wholeness that guides us, and the ultimate goal toward which individuation strives. To live in alignment with the self means more than simply knowing about Jung's ideas. It means embodying them in daily life. The self calls us to wholeness, and this often shows up as tension, struggle, or crisis. Moments when the old patterns no longer work, when we feel divided between what the world expects and what the soul demands. Living in alignment begins with listening, paying attention to dreams, to synchronicities, to the subtle feelings that the ego might dismiss. These are often messages from the deeper self. It also means practicing integration, acknowledging the shadow rather than projecting it, balancing thinking with feeling, sensation with intuition, welcoming the Anima or Animus into conscious life, instead of letting them control us from the depths. When the ego learns humility, and no longer claims to be the whole of who we are, then the self can shine through. Life becomes less about rigid control and more about dialogue with the unconscious. The result is not perfection, but authenticity, meaning, and inner harmony. We may still face suffering, but it no longer feels empty, because we sense it as part of a greater journey toward wholeness. Living in alignment with the self transforms our relationships too. We stop demanding that others carry our projections. Instead, we meet them as whole beings, each on their own path of individuation. In the end, alignment with the self is a spiritual task. It connects us to something larger than the personal ego, a center that is both within us and beyond us, the mystery at the heart of the psyche, that Jung called the self. The shadow is one of Carl Jung's most well-known ideas. It refers to the parts of ourselves that we reject, deny, or hide, qualities we don't want to admit we have, impulses that feel too dark, too shameful, or too unacceptable. For most people, the shadow lives in the unconscious. It shows up indirectly, in dreams, slips of the tongue, projections, or sudden emotional reactions. When we say, "I would never do that," often the shadow is nearby, because the things we dislike most in others often mirror what we cannot face in ourselves. The shadow is not only negative, it can also contain positive traits we have repressed. For example, someone may deny their creativity, their assertiveness, or their sensitivity, because early in life those qualities were discouraged or punished. So the shadow is both a container of darkness and a treasure chest of hidden potential. Jung emphasized that ignoring the shadow is dangerous, because what we refuse to face in ourselves tends to control us from below. Unacknowledged anger becomes cruelty. Unacknowledged fear becomes prejudice. Unacknowledged desire becomes obsession. Facing the shadow is not about eliminating it. It is about recognizing it as part of who we are. Only then can we stop projecting it onto others and begin the work of integration. The shadow is therefore both a threat and a gift. It is the dark mirror in which we discover who we really are, and a key step on the path of individuation. The shadow does not usually walk up and introduce itself. Instead, it slips through the cracks of our daily behavior. It shows up in ways we often don't recognize until later. One of the most common ways is projection. We attribute our own denied qualities to others. For example, if we repress our anger, we may constantly see others as aggressive. If we deny our ambition, we may resent those who succeed. The world becomes a mirror reflecting our inner conflicts. The shadow also emerges in emotional outbursts, moments when we say or do something we later regret. The phrase, "I don't know what came over me," is often the voice of the shadow breaking through. It can appear in dreams, figures that chase us, monsters, dark strangers. All of these can represent parts of ourselves we have pushed away. The dream offers us a stage where the shadow demands to be seen. The shadow can also be found in slips of the tongue or humor, jokes that reveal hostility, sarcasm that cuts too deep. These are ways the unconscious leaks into the conscious world. Even in relationships, the shadow plays a powerful role. Conflicts with friends, partners, or coworkers often arise because each person is projecting their own denied traits. This is why Jung said that meeting the shadow is often experienced first through other people. In daily life, the shadow is not far away. It lives in our reactions, our judgments, our frustrations, and every time we recognize its presence, we have an opportunity to turn a moment of conflict into a step towards self-awareness. When we refuse to face the shadow, it does not disappear. Instead, it grows stronger in the dark and begins to act out in ways that we cannot control. One danger is projection turned toxic. When we continually project our denied traits onto others, we may fall into cycles of blame, prejudice, or hatred. Whole groups can become scapegoats for what individuals and societies refuse to face in themselves. Another danger is self-sabotage. The shadow can block us from reaching our goals. We may procrastinate, destroy relationships, or make reckless choices because the repressed parts of the psyche rebel against being ignored. The shadow can also erupt in addictions and compulsions, behaviors we feel powerless to stop. These are often unconscious attempts to satisfy drives we have pushed away. In more extreme cases, ignoring the shadow leads to psychological breakdowns. The psyche seeks balance, and if the conscious mind refuses to acknowledge its hidden side, the unconscious may overwhelm it through anxiety, depression, or even psychosis. Jung warned that entire civilizations are also vulnerable. When cultures deny their collective shadow, It erupts in war, violence, and oppression. The atrocities of the 20th century were, in his view, the shadow of modern society made visible. The lesson is clear. Ignoring the shadow does not protect us. It only makes us its victim. The only way forward is to meet it directly, to recognize that the darkness is part of us, and to begin the work of conscious integration. Integration does not mean destroying the shadow, nor does it mean giving in to every impulse it contains. Instead, it means entering into a dialogue with it, learning from it, and finding a place for it in conscious life. The first step is awareness. We must be willing to see our projections, our judgments, our recurring emotional patterns, to pause and ask, what part of me am I denying here? The second step is honest reflection. Journaling, therapy, or dream analysis can help us uncover shadow material. Writing down dreams, noticing recurring symbols or conflicts. These are ways the unconscious speaks, if we are willing to listen. The third step is creative expression. Art, writing, music, or movement can allow shadow energy to surface safely, instead of acting out destructively. It can be transformed into creativity. The fourth step is relationship work. By noticing how we react to others, especially when we feel triggered or judgmental, we discover what is unacknowledged in ourselves. Relationships are mirrors that reveal our hidden sides. Finally, integration requires humility. The ego must accept that it is not the whole of the psyche, that it cannot control or suppress everything it dislikes. Instead, the ego must learn to cooperate with the unconscious. Integrating the shadow is not a one-time event. It is an ongoing process. Each stage of life brings new challenges, new hidden aspects, new chances to grow. The reward is immense. A life that is fuller, more authentic, more creative, where the energy once trapped in repression is now available for living, and where we stand in honest relationship with the totality of who we are. Though it may seem frightening, the shadow is not our enemy. It is a teacher, a guide, and a source of hidden strength. When we dare to face it, we recover lost parts of ourselves, the creativity we buried, the passions we denied, the truths we were afraid to speak. These return to us as living energy. The shadow also deepens our humanity. By seeing our own flaws and darkness, we become less judgmental of others. We recognize that we are all complex beings, carrying both light and dark, weakness and strength. In Jung's view, integrating the shadow leads to greater wholeness. We stop pretending to be perfect, and instead accept the fullness of who we are. This acceptance brings authenticity, courage, and compassion. The gift of the shadow is therefore not just personal. It ripples outward, healing relationships, communities, even cultures. Because the more people face their inner darkness, the less need there is to project it violently into the world. To meet the shadow is to walk into the unknown within, and to discover that what we feared most was not meant to destroy us, but to make us whole. In Jungian psychology, there are two powerful archetypes that shape the inner world of every person: the Anima and the Animus. The Anima is the inner feminine side of a man, and the Animus is the inner masculine side of a woman. Together, they form a bridge between our conscious personality and the deeper layers of the unconscious, a bridge that connects who we think we are with who we truly are. Why are they so important? Because Jung believed that no individual can reach wholeness without encountering and integrating this contrasexual side within themselves. Ignoring it can lead to projections, misunderstandings in relationships, and inner conflict. These archetypes don't just live quietly in the background. They actively influence the way we dream, the way we create, the way we love, even the way we perceive people and ideas around us. Exploring the Anima and Animus is like opening a door to parts of ourselves we usually overlook. Jung's insight was profound. He showed that every psyche carries both masculine and feminine energies, and that recognizing and balancing these energies is essential for personal growth and true individuation. The journey toward becoming whole. The anima is the inner feminine side of a man. It represents his emotions, intuition, and capacity for empathy. It is not just about feeling or softness. It is a guide to deeper understanding of himself and others. Jung described the anima as appearing in stages. The first stage is the Eve figure, representing basic instincts and survival. Then comes the Helen stage, embodying romantic desire and beauty, followed by the Mary stage, symbolizing nurturance and morality, and finally the Sophia stage, representing wisdom and spiritual insight. How does the anima show up in everyday life? It can appear in dreams as a mysterious woman, in sudden insights or creative inspiration, or in the way a man reacts emotionally to others. Sometimes it is projected onto real women in his life, causing idealization or disappointment when reality does not match the projection. Integrating the anima is essential for personal growth. It allows a man to access his emotional depth, creativity, and intuition, and to form relationships that are based on understanding rather than projection. The anima is not an enemy, but a guide toward wholeness and balance. The animus is the inner masculine side of a woman. It represents logic, reason, strength, and the capacity for action. It is not just about aggression or dominance. It is a source of inner guidance, confidence, and clarity. Jung described the animus as appearing in stages. The first stage is the man of power, representing raw strength and authority. Then comes the man of action, embodying courage and determination, followed by the man of word, symbolizing intellect and communication, and finally the spiritual guide, representing wisdom and higher understanding. How does the animus show up in everyday life? It can appear in dreams as a wise or authoritative man, in strong opinions or critical inner voices, or in the way a woman asserts herself in the world. Sometimes it is projected onto men in her life, creating expectations or conflicts when reality does not align with her inner ideal. Integrating the animus is essential for personal growth. It allows a woman to access her inner strength, rational thinking, and sense of purpose, and to form relationships that are balanced and authentic. The animus is not a foe, but a guide toward wholeness and inner harmony. The anima and animus often show up in our relationships through projection. Men may project their anima onto women, imagining them as the perfect companion, muse, or even a savior. Women may project their animus onto men, expecting them to be strong, wise, or heroic. These projections can feel powerful and real at first, creating intense attraction, admiration, or even obsession. But over time, when the other person does not match the inner image, disappointment, frustration, or conflict can arise. Projections are not limited to romantic relationships. They can appear in friendships, work dynamics, and even our response to strangers. Anytime we attribute qualities to someone that actually come from our own unconscious, a projection is taking place. Dreams, fantasies, and emotional reactions are also common ways the anima and animus express themselves. By noticing these patterns, we can begin to separate our inner world from reality and understand how much of our response to others is shaped by the archetypes within us. Becoming aware of these projections is a crucial step toward personal growth. It helps us relate to others more authentically and allows the anima and animus to guide us consciously rather than controlling us unconsciously. Integration of these archetypes leads to healthier, more balanced, and more meaningful relationships. Integrating the anima and animus is a central part of Jung's process of individuation, the journey toward becoming a whole and balanced person. Individuation is not about suppressing these inner energies, but recognizing them, understanding them, and letting them guide us consciously. The anima helps men connect with their emotions, intuition, and creativity, while the animus helps women access their logic, strength, and inner authority. Bringing these energies into awareness allows us to make decisions that reflect our true self, rather than being driven by unconscious impulses or projections. During individuation, The Anima and Animus may appear in dreams, fantasies, or even sudden insights. Sometimes they show up as a guide or mentor, other times as a critic or obstacle. Each encounter is an opportunity to learn about ourselves, to see parts of our personality that were hidden, and to reconcile inner conflicts. Integration of these archetypes also helps balance the relationship between our conscious mind and unconscious mind. When the Anima and Animus are acknowledged, we gain access to the full range of human experience: emotion, reason, creativity, and willpower. Ultimately, the process is about wholeness. By facing and embracing our inner masculine and feminine energies, we move closer to becoming complete individuals, capable of authenticity, empathy, wisdom, and self-understanding. Even in today's fast-paced world, the Anima and Animus remain deeply relevant. They influence how we interact with others, how we make choices, and how we express ourselves creatively and emotionally. In relationships, recognizing our inner anima or animus helps us understand why we are attracted to certain people, why we sometimes project ideals onto them, and why conflicts arise when reality doesn't match our inner expectations. Awareness of these archetypes allows us to approach love, friendship, and work connections with more clarity and authenticity. The Anima and Animus also show up in art, literature, and media. Stories of heroes and heroines, muses, and wise guides often mirror these inner energies. Films, books, and music can resonate deeply because they reflect the unconscious dialogue between our masculine and feminine sides. Even in personal development and mental health, working with these archetypes can be transformative. Men who explore their anima often develop greater emotional intelligence and empathy. Women who connect with their animus often find strength, confidence, and clarity in decision-making. In essence, Jung's ideas are not outdated theories. They are timeless tools for understanding ourselves and our relationships. By recognizing and integrating the Anima and Animus, we can navigate modern life with more balance, insight, and fulfillment. The Anima and Animus are more than just abstract concepts. They are living parts of our inner world, guiding us, challenging us, and reflecting aspects of ourselves that we may not fully see. By exploring these archetypes, we begin to understand how much of our behavior, our attractions, and our reactions are influenced by inner feminine and masculine energies. We also see how projections can shape our relationships and perceptions of the world. Integration of the Anima and Animus is a journey toward wholeness. It allows us to connect our conscious mind with the unconscious, to access creativity, wisdom, strength, and emotional depth, and to form relationships based on understanding rather than illusion. Ultimately, Jung's insight teaches us that every person carries both masculine and feminine energies, and that balance between them is essential for growth, self-awareness, and individuation. By facing, understanding, and integrating these inner archetypes, we move closer to becoming complete individuals, living authentically, consciously, and in harmony with ourselves and the world around us. Our inner opposite is not something to fear or suppress. It is a guide, a mirror, and a source of profound personal transformation. Embracing the Anima and Animus allows us to step fully into the journey of self-discovery and wholeness. In Jungian psychology, the persona is the mask we wear in daily life. It is the version of ourselves we present to the world, carefully shaped to fit expectations, roles, and social norms. The word persona comes from the Latin for mask, originally referring to the masks worn by actors on stage. And in many ways, our persona is just that, a role we play so that we can function in society. Why is it important? Because without a persona, we would struggle to communicate, to work, to belong. The persona allows us to interact smoothly with others, to fit into families, communities, and workplaces. But while it serves a purpose, the persona is not the whole truth of who we are. It is only a fragment, a surface layer, behind which our deeper, authentic self remains hidden. Understanding the persona is the first step in Jung's psychology. It is the beginning of seeing the difference between who we appear to be and who we truly are. The persona plays an essential role in human life. It is the mask we present to the world, the polished version of ourselves that allows us to move through society with ease. Without this mask, we would struggle to adapt to the many expectations placed upon us. Every person wears different personas in different settings. At work, we may put on the role of the professional. At home, the role of the parent or partner. With friends, perhaps the role of the entertainer or the confidant. Each of these masks allows us to function within the specific demands of a situation. The persona is not false in the sense of being a lie. It is more like a costume that highlights certain aspects of who we are, while leaving others in the background. In this way, the persona protects the deeper parts of the psyche from being exposed too quickly. There are many benefits to the persona. It provides us with a sense of belonging. It helps us earn respect. And it creates a bridge between our inner world and the external world. The persona is what makes social life possible. It allows us to cooperate, communicate, and fulfill the roles that society requires. For Jung, the persona was not something negative to be eliminated, but something to be managed with awareness. If we know that we are wearing a mask, then we can use it consciously and effectively. But if we forget it is a mask, we risk confusing it with our true identity. In this way, the persona functions as both a tool and a challenge. It helps us survive in the world, but it can also distance us from our authentic self if we rely on it too heavily. While the persona is necessary, Jung warned of the danger of over-identifying with it. When we mistake the mask for our true self, we risk losing touch with the deeper layers of who we are. A businessman may become so consumed by his professional persona that he no longer knows who he is outside of his job. An influencer might begin to live entirely through their online image, forgetting their private feelings and struggles. A student might identify only with grades and achievements, while their creativity and emotional life remain hidden in the shadows. Over-identification with the persona creates imbalance. It forces us to ignore the parts of ourselves that do not fit the mask. Emotions, desires, fears, and contradictions. All of these get pushed into the unconscious, where they form the beginnings of the shadow. The danger lies in becoming hollow. When the persona dominates, life becomes performance. Everything is about maintaining appearances, meeting expectations, and playing the role. But behind the polished mask, the authentic self feels lost, unseen, and neglected. Jung believed that this disconnection is a major cause of inner conflict. The more we cling to the persona, the greater the split between who we appear to be and who we truly are. The cost of this split can be anxiety, emptiness, and even a crisis of identity. The task, then, is not to reject the persona entirely, but to recognize it for what it is, a useful mask, not the essence of the self. Only then can we begin to live with both authenticity and adaptability. The persona often hides the shadow within us, the parts of ourselves we deny, reject, or fear becoming conscious. These can be emotions like anger, jealousy, or fear, impulses like selfishness or pride, or even untapped strengths and creativity that we refuse to acknowledge. When we fail to recognize the shadow, it doesn't disappear. Instead, it appears in projections onto others. We may see in a colleague, a friend, or even a stranger the very traits we refuse to see in ourselves. A man might notice arrogance in someone else because he refuses to accept his own pride. A woman might see cruelty in another because she suppresses her own anger. These projections are unconscious, yet they shape our relationships, judgments, and emotional reactions every day. Jung believed that confronting the shadow is essential for growth. This means acknowledging the hidden, uncomfortable parts of ourselves, accepting that we are not purely light or good, but a mixture of light and dark. By facing these inner truths, we begin to integrate the shadow into consciousness. and the persona no longer dominates or misleads us unconsciously. Integration of the shadow is a gradual process. It requires patience, honesty, and courage. Sometimes it shows up in dreams, fantasies, or moments of intense emotion. Other times, it emerges in conflict with others, revealing what we have been denying within ourselves. The key is to notice, reflect, and embrace these elements instead of running from them or projecting them endlessly onto the outside world. By bringing the shadow into awareness, our interactions become clearer. Relationships improve because we stop seeing others solely as mirrors of our unacknowledged traits. The persona remains useful as a social tool, but it no longer hides our inner depth or prevents authentic expression. This confrontation with the shadow is difficult, uncomfortable, and sometimes frightening. Yet it is also one of the most transformative steps on the path to wholeness and self-understanding. Individuation is the process of becoming whole, the lifelong work of integrating the parts of our psyche into a coherent self. The persona, the shadow, the anima or animus, all these archetypal forces play their role in that journey. Individuation begins when we stop living only through our masks and projections, and start noticing the hidden patterns that shape our choices. A person may wake up to the emptiness behind a successful career, or feel a sudden crisis in a relationship that forces them to ask, "Who am I beneath the roles I play?" These moments are invitations to begin the work of individuation. The inner work looks simple but is rarely easy. It involves recognizing the persona for what it is, a useful social tool, and not mistaking it for identity. It means facing the shadow's uncomfortable truths, and meeting the anima or animus as inner guides rather than enemies or fantasies. Each step requires honesty, patience, and the willingness to feel what we usually avoid. For example, a man pushed to integrate his anima may begin to allow grief, tenderness, and imagination into his life. A woman working with her animus may reclaim assertiveness, clarity, and decisive action without becoming rigid or domineering. Integration does not erase difference. It deepens capacity, making emotion and reason, receptivity and will work together rather than against each other. Practically, individuation shows up in small and large ways. Dreams that repeat a theme, a relationship that triggers old wounds, creative urges that won't be ignored. Therapy, journaling, honest friendships, and reflective practices can all support the process. But ultimately, individuation is lived through decisions made with increasing self-knowledge, through actions that reflect inner values rather than external expectation. The endpoint is not perfection. It is greater wholeness and freedom. When the archetypes are integrated, the persona becomes flexible. The shadow is a source of energy rather than projection, and the anima/animus enrich our inner life instead of distorting our relationships. Individuation means moving from fragmentation toward a more authentic, balanced, and resilient self. The work is demanding, sometimes painful, but it yields a life that feels more true, more grounded, and more fully one's own. Even in today's world, the persona, the shadow, and the inner archetypes remain deeply relevant. They shape our interactions, our creativity, and the ways we present ourselves online and offline. Social media has made the persona more visible than ever. We curate images, posts, and identities to gain approval, likes, or admiration. But the risk of over-identifying with this digital persona is high. It can lead to anxiety, comparison, and a disconnect from our authentic self. The shadow also shows up in modern life. In politics, in social conflicts, in personal relationships, we see projections everywhere. People often react strongly to traits in others that reflect what they deny in themselves. Recognizing these projections allows us to respond consciously rather than unconsciously. The anima and animus continue to influence relationships and creativity today. Men and women still project inner ideals onto partners, colleagues, or celebrities. Awareness of these projections helps us form healthier, more balanced relationships. Modern therapy, Journaling, mindfulness, and reflective practices are all tools for working with these archetypes. They help us integrate the persona, shadow, and inner contrasexual energies, allowing the masks we wear to serve us, rather than dominate us. Ultimately, Jung's ideas are not just theories of the past. They are practical guides for navigating identity, relationships, and personal growth in a complex modern world. By understanding and integrating these archetypes, we live more consciously, authentically, and creatively. The journey through the persona, the shadow, and the inner archetypes brings us face to face with who we truly are. It shows us the difference between the masks we wear and the authentic self that lies beneath. Understanding the persona allows us to navigate society effectively without losing ourselves. Facing the shadow reveals hidden strengths, fears, and desires that shape our behavior and relationships. Engaging with the anima or animus connects us to the deeper energies of creativity, intuition, and inner guidance. Integration of these archetypes is not simple. It requires honesty, courage, and patience. But the reward is profound. A life lived with awareness, balance, and authenticity, where our actions are guided by understanding rather than unconscious projections. Individuation is the ultimate goal. Becoming whole does not mean perfection. It means embracing both light and dark, mask and self, feminine and masculine energies within us. By doing so, we step into our full potential. We live with clarity, resilience, and a deeper sense of connection to ourselves and the world around us. The work is ongoing, but every step toward integration brings freedom. Awareness of the persona and shadow, and harmony with the anima and animus, allows us to live fully, consciously, and authentically. The masks no longer control us. Instead, they become tools that serve our journey toward wholeness. In Jungian psychology, parental archetypes are the inner images of the mother and father within our psyche. They are not just reflections of our actual parents, but universal patterns that influence our behavior, emotions, and relationships. The mother archetype represents nurturing, protection, and creation. It can appear as a guiding, comforting presence, or as smothering and controlling energy. The father archetype represents authority, guidance, and structure, offering support and discipline. Or, in its shadow form, rigidity, neglect, or absence. These archetypes are present in dreams, fantasies, and emotional patterns. They influence how we approach care, responsibility, and our own sense of security. Sometimes we project these inner parental images onto others, shaping relationships in subtle or dramatic ways. Understanding parental archetypes is essential for personal growth. It helps us recognize the source of our inner conflicts, emotional responses, and repeated patterns. By seeing these archetypes clearly, we can begin to relate to ourselves and others with more awareness and balance. The mother archetype represents nurturing, protection, and the source of life. It embodies care, comfort, and emotional support. But it also has a shadow side, appearing as control, smothering, or possessiveness. In real life, the mother archetype shows up in how we give and receive care, how we nurture others, or how we expect to be nurtured in return. In dreams, it may appear as a guiding woman, a caretaker, or a figure offering shelter and safety. Sometimes it appears as a threatening or overbearing presence, reflecting unresolved feelings about dependence, control, or boundaries. The positive side of the mother archetype encourages empathy, creativity, and emotional intelligence. It helps us form deep connections, provide support, and cultivate growth in ourselves and others. The shadow side warns us against overdependence, emotional manipulation, or losing ourselves in caretaking. Understanding the mother archetype allows us to recognize patterns in our relationships and inner life. It teaches us to balance giving and receiving care, to nurture without smothering, and to embrace the qualities of empathy and protection consciously. The father archetype represents authority, guidance, and structure. It is the source of rules, discipline, and protection. But it also has a shadow side, showing up as rigidity, neglect, or overcontrol. In real life, The father archetype influences how we approach responsibility, ambition, and boundaries. It shapes our understanding of authority, leadership, and personal strength. When present in dreams, it may appear as a wise guide, a protective figure, or a source of direction and support. Sometimes it appears as a harsh or absent figure, reflecting unresolved fears, rebellion, or lack of guidance in our lives. The positive side of the father archetype teaches courage, self-discipline, and moral guidance. It helps us take responsibility for ourselves, act with integrity, and structure our lives effectively. The shadow side warns of authoritarian tendencies, emotional coldness, or reliance on external authority rather than inner wisdom. The father archetype also interacts with the mother archetype and other inner images. Together, they create a framework for individuation. A person with a well-integrated father archetype can act decisively while remaining compassionate. They can balance structure with flexibility, authority with empathy. Neglecting the father archetype can lead to patterns of dependence, fear of responsibility, or difficulty setting boundaries. Over-identifying with its shadow can result in rigid control, domination, or excessive criticism of self and others. Awareness of this archetype allows us to see where authority comes from within us and where it has been projected onto others. By recognizing the father archetype, we begin to understand our own relationship with power, guidance, and responsibility. We learn to integrate these qualities consciously, drawing on inner strength while remaining sensitive to the needs of ourselves and others. The journey is not simple. It is ongoing and sometimes challenging, but it is essential for wholeness, self-understanding, and authentic growth. Parental archetypes deeply shape the development of the self. They influence how we form relationships, respond to authority, and nurture others. The mother and father archetypes work together to create an inner framework that guides emotional and psychological growth. The mother archetype teaches us empathy, care, and emotional attunement. The father archetype teaches us discipline, responsibility, and moral guidance. When these archetypes are integrated, they provide balance, allowing us to nurture ourselves and others while maintaining structure and boundaries. However, when these archetypes are conflicted or projected, they can create tension within the self. For example, a person may struggle with authority if their father archetype was absent or harsh in early life. They may either rebel against rules or overcompensate by being excessively controlling. Similarly, a shadowed mother archetype may lead to dependency, smothering behavior, or difficulty receiving care. These internal dynamics often appear in relationships, careers, and personal decisions. We unconsciously seek partners, mentors, or friends who reflect unresolved aspects of our inner parents. Dreams, fantasies, and emotional reactions frequently reveal these patterns, giving us clues about what needs attention and integration. Jung emphasized that individuation involves recognizing the influence of these parental archetypes and differentiating the self from the unconscious patterns they create. By doing so, we can make conscious choices rather than being driven by past imprints or projections. Integration of the parental archetypes strengthens the connection between the conscious self and the unconscious. It helps us develop inner security, emotional resilience, and the capacity for authentic relationships. We learn to take guidance from within, rather than relying solely on external figures or repeating inherited patterns. Ultimately, understanding the interaction between parental archetypes and the self is key to growth. It allows us to balance care with discipline, receptivity with assertiveness, and nurture with responsibility. The work is challenging but transformative, bringing us closer to wholeness and self-awareness. Parental archetypes don't stay confined to our inner world. They often show up in projections onto others. We may react strongly to people who remind us of our mother or father archetype, sometimes positively, sometimes negatively. A colleague who is nurturing may trigger feelings of comfort or dependence linked to the mother archetype. A boss who is authoritative may provoke respect or fear connected to the father archetype. In modern life, These projections appear in many ways. On social media, we see idealized parental figures or authority figures that reflect our inner archetypes. In relationships, partners often become mirrors of the parental qualities we admire or resent. Children may unconsciously evoke the archetypal mother or father in us, shaping our responses and emotional patterns. The positive side of recognizing these projections is profound. When we notice that a reaction comes from our inner parental archetypes, we can respond consciously instead of unconsciously. We gain clarity about why certain traits trigger strong emotions, and we can begin to integrate what we have been projecting onto others. Ignoring these archetypes or their projections can lead to repeating old patterns unconsciously. We may seek out controlling or neglectful figures, or act out roles we learned as children without understanding why. In therapy, self-reflection, or journaling, these patterns become visible, allowing us to work with them instead of being controlled by them. Parental archetypes are also relevant in contemporary parenting, mentoring, and leadership. Understanding the inner mother and father helps us provide guidance, support, and structure without projecting unresolved patterns onto others. It enables us to nurture consciously and lead with integrity. Ultimately, recognizing projections and modern expressions of the parental archetypes allows us to navigate relationships, work, and personal growth with awareness. We learn to balance authority with empathy, structure with flexibility, and guidance with support. This awareness transforms not only how we relate to others, but also how we understand ourselves and our inner parental influences. Integrating the parental archetypes is a vital step towards psychological balance and personal growth. It means recognizing both the nurturing and guiding aspects within us, as well as their shadow forms. Integration allows us to draw on their positive qualities consciously while mitigating their negative influence. For example, embracing the mother archetype helps us nurture ourselves and others without becoming controlling or dependent. It encourages empathy, compassion, and emotional intelligence. At the same time, integrating the father archetype allows us to set boundaries, take responsibility, and act with discipline and integrity. We learn to guide ourselves and others without falling into rigidity or authoritarianism. The process of integration is gradual and often revealed through patterns in relationships, emotions, and dreams. We may notice triggers, projections, or recurring conflicts that point to unresolved parental archetypes within us. Reflecting on these patterns, journaling, or discussing them in therapy can bring these unconscious elements into awareness. Once recognized, they can be consciously worked with, reshaped, and balanced. Integration also strengthens the individuation process. The conscious self becomes more resilient and flexible. We stop repeating old patterns unconsciously and start making deliberate choices aligned with our authentic values. Inner security grows because we no longer rely solely on external validation or authority. Instead, we draw guidance from within. Ultimately, working with the parental archetypes helps us live more consciously and authentically. It improves our relationships, our emotional health, and our capacity for empathy and responsibility. The journey is challenging, but each step toward integration brings greater clarity, freedom, and wholeness. By embracing these archetypes consciously, we transform their influence from unconscious patterns into tools for growth, balance, and personal empowerment. The parental archetypes, mother and father, shape the way we experience the world, relationships, and even ourselves. They influence how we nurture, guide, discipline, and seek support. Understanding them is essential for personal growth and self-awareness. Integration of these archetypes allows us to balance care with authority, empathy with structure, and receptivity with assertiveness. We learn to draw on the nurturing aspects of the mother archetype without being smothered by dependency or overprotection. We embrace the guidance of the father archetype without becoming rigid, controlling, or fearful of authority. When we recognize projections onto others, we gain insight into unresolved patterns from our inner parental figures. This awareness helps us respond consciously, rather than react unconsciously. It strengthens our relationships, deepens our emotional intelligence, and fosters a more authentic connection with ourselves and others. The journey of working with parental archetypes is ongoing and sometimes challenging, but each step brings clarity, resilience, and a stronger sense of self. By understanding and integrating these archetypes, we transform unconscious influences into conscious tools, guiding us toward wholeness, balance, and personal empowerment. Ultimately, awareness of the parental archetypes allows us to live consciously, relate authentically, and act with both compassion and integrity. It is a path toward deeper self-understanding, emotional maturity, and psychological freedom. In Jungian psychology, the hero represents the part of ourselves that seeks growth, courage, and transformation. The hero's journey is the path we take when confronting challenges, facing fears, and striving toward wholeness. Alongside the hero, the child archetype represents innocence, potential, and renewal. It is the part of us that holds wonder, curiosity, and the promise of growth. The child is not just a reflection of our literal childhood, but a symbol of new beginnings, creativity, and untapped possibilities within us. Together, the hero and child archetypes shape personal development. The hero faces the trials and obstacles of life, while the child reminds us of the potential, openness, and vitality that we carry within. They influence our dreams, fantasies, and the emotional patterns that guide our decisions and creativity. Understanding these archetypes is essential for growth and individuation. It helps us recognize our inner strengths, confront our fears, and reconnect with the parts of ourselves that remain curious, playful, and capable of wonder. By exploring the hero and the child, we learn to balance courage with openness, action with receptivity, and strength with vulnerability. The hero archetype represents courage, determination, and the drive to overcome challenges. It is the part of us that steps forward when life demands action, resilience, and transformation. The hero calls us to leave the familiar, face the unknown, and grow through trials. In myths and stories, the hero embarks on a journey filled with obstacles, mentors, allies, and enemies. In our inner world, the hero emerges whenever we confront fears, take responsibility, or push past limitations. Dreams, challenges, and pivotal life moments often bring the hero forward, asking us to act with courage and integrity. The positive side of the hero archetype encourages bravery, resilience, and self-discovery. It helps us overcome obstacles, achieve goals, and realize our potential. The shadow side warns us against arrogance, reckless risk-taking, or isolation. A hero that ignores wisdom or balance may become destructive, stubborn, or self-centered. The hero also interacts with other archetypes, especially the child. The child inspires hope, curiosity, and creativity, while the hero provides courage, discipline, and perseverance. Together, they guide us toward individuation, helping us grow while remaining connected to our potential and inner wonder. By recognizing the hero within, we learn to act consciously rather than reactively. We face challenges with awareness, take responsibility for our choices, and navigate life's trials with both strength and humility. The journey is ongoing, demanding, and sometimes painful, but it ultimately leads to greater self-understanding, resilience, and wholeness. The child archetype represents innocence, potential, and the capacity for renewal. It embodies curiosity, playfulness, creativity, and a sense of wonder about the world. The child is the part of us that remains open to new experiences, learning, and growth. In dreams, fantasies, and daily life, the child appears in moments of vulnerability, joy, and imaginative exploration. It may show up as a longing for safety, a spark of creativity, or a desire for freedom and play. The child also reminds us of what is undeveloped within us, qualities we have neglected or forgotten as we grew older. The shadow side of the child archetype reflects dependency, naivety, or unhealed emotional wounds. When ignored, the child may manifest as fear, helplessness, or avoidance of responsibility. We may cling to comfort or escape challenges instead of engaging with growth and transformation. Recognizing these shadow aspects is essential to integrating the child fully into consciousness. The child interacts closely with the hero archetype. While the hero faces challenges with courage and determination, the child provides the spark of potential and openness necessary for transformation. Together, they guide us through the journey of individuation, balancing action with receptivity, courage with vulnerability, and discipline with creativity. Integrating the child archetype strengthens emotional resilience, creativity, and the ability to embrace new beginnings. It allows us to approach life with curiosity and wonder while maintaining awareness and responsibility. The child reminds us that growth is not only about achievement, but also about staying connected to the potential and joy within ourselves. By acknowledging and integrating the child archetype, we open the door to deeper self-understanding, emotional balance, and authentic engagement with life. It is a vital component of psychological wholeness, guiding us to face challenges with courage while remaining connected to our innate curiosity and capacity for renewal. The hero and child archetypes work together in the process of personal growth and individuation. The hero provides courage, determination, and the willingness to face challenges. The child brings potential, creativity, and openness to new experiences. Together, they create a dynamic balance between action and receptivity. Integration begins when we recognize the influence of both archetypes in our lives. We notice moments when the hero pushes us to act, take responsibility, or confront fears. We also notice when the child calls us to explore, play, and remain open to wonder and possibility. Paying attention to these inner prompts allows us to navigate life with both courage and curiosity. When the hero and child are not integrated, we may experience imbalance. A hero without the child may become rigid, overly serious, or disconnected from joy and creativity. A child without the hero may become fearful, dependent, or avoidant of challenges. Recognizing and balancing these energies allows us to harness the strengths of both archetypes while mitigating their shadow sides. In practical terms, integration can show up in relationships, work, and personal projects. Facing a difficult challenge may require heroic courage, while approaching it with a childlike openness may reveal new solutions, perspectives, or inspiration. Creative endeavors, problem-solving, and emotional growth all benefit from the collaboration between hero and child within us. Dreams, reflections, and moments of introspection often reveal how these archetypes interact. By observing patterns, projections, and emotional responses, we can consciously integrate their lessons. The hero teaches us resilience, responsibility, and persistence. The child teaches us wonder, potential, and renewal. Together, they guide us toward a more complete and authentic self. Ultimately, integrating the hero and child archetypes strengthens individuation, emotional resilience, and psychological wholeness. It allows us to act boldly, embrace new possibilities, and approach life with both courage and openness. This integration is ongoing, challenging, and transformative, offering a path toward authentic growth and self-realization. The hero and child archetypes are not just ancient symbols, they remain deeply relevant in modern life. They influence how we respond to challenges, pursue goals, and nurture creativity and potential within ourselves. In contemporary culture, the hero appears in stories, movies, and games. We admire courage, resilience, and transformation in fictional characters, but these stories also reflect our own inner hero. Challenges in work, relationships, and personal growth often call us to step into heroic action, face fears, and take responsibility for our choices. The child archetype also manifests strongly today. In play, creativity, curiosity, and the pursuit of novelty, the child inspires innovation, learning, and emotional renewal. It reminds us to maintain wonder and openness even in adult life. Social media, art, hobbies, and exploration of new ideas often awaken the child within, keeping us connected to potential and joy. However, the shadow sides of these archetypes appear too. Over-identifying with the hero may lead to recklessness, burnout, or obsession with achievement. Ignoring the child can result in rigidity, fear, or a loss of joy and creativity. Conversely, an overindulged child may avoid responsibility, fail to face challenges, or remain dependent on others for support. Awareness of these archetypes allows us to navigate modern life more consciously. In therapy, coaching, or self-reflection, we can recognize when we are acting purely from heroic drive or childlike openness, and balance these energies intentionally. This awareness helps us make choices that foster growth, creativity, and authentic self-expression. In personal development, leadership, and relationships, integrating the hero and child archetypes strengthens resilience, creativity, and adaptability. We learn to act decisively while remaining open, embrace challenges without losing wonder, and pursue growth without losing connection to our inner potential. Ultimately, understanding the modern relevance of the hero and child archetypes equips us to live more consciously, courageously, and joyfully. It allows us to face life's challenges with determination, while staying connected to the curiosity, innocence, and creative spark within us. The hero and child archetypes together guide us on the journey of personal growth, transformation, and individuation. The hero calls us to courage, action, and responsibility. The child reminds us of potential, creativity, and the capacity for renewal. Integration of these archetypes allows us to balance strength with openness, discipline with play, and perseverance with curiosity. When the hero and child are aligned, we can face challenges with courage while remaining flexible, imaginative, and receptive to new possibilities. Ignoring or misbalancing these archetypes can lead to struggles. A hero disconnected from the child may become rigid, overly serious, or obsessed with achievement. A child disconnected from the hero may become fearful, dependent, or avoidant of challenges. Recognizing these patterns is the first step toward conscious integration and growth. By embracing both archetypes, we strengthen resilience, emotional intelligence, and the ability to navigate life consciously. The hero helps us act with purpose and overcome obstacles. The child allows us to remain open to wonder, creativity, and the joys of life. Together, they guide us toward wholeness, authenticity, and self-realization. Ultimately, understanding and integrating the hero and child archetypes is a path to living fully. It encourages courage and vulnerability, action and reflection, strength and wonder. By honoring both aspects within ourselves, we step into a life of conscious growth, joy, and meaningful transformation. The trickster is a complicated and diverse character who frequently embodies both good and bad traits. Fundamentally, the trickster archetype is a representation of the human psyche's aptitude for navigating the unknowable, the unsure, and the unexpected. They are frequently represented as a smart and intelligent character who has the ability to outwit their adversaries and change the rules to their benefit. They are interesting and cryptic because of their propensity for shape-shifting, deception, and playing practical jokes. The trickster, who frequently takes the form of an animal or a god or spirit, is someone who tricks or deceives others. They use cunning, mischief, and deception to get through the difficulties of life. Importantly, the trickster has more meaning in mythology and psychology than merely being a figure of mischief and trickery. The trickster is a potent cultural figure that can be found in myths, folklore, literature, television, and movies. They make us reevaluate our presumptions, upset established beliefs, and challenge conventional wisdom. As a storytelling element, the trickster character is found in many different kinds of cultures. They disrupt the status quo and provide a novel viewpoint on the world, encouraging us to think critically and to consider all available perspectives. These characters exist throughout history and in a variety of cultures, each having their own distinctive traits and ways of acting. Carl Jung, a Swiss psychiatrist and psychoanalyst best known for his human psyche theories, described the trickster archetype as a crucial idea. He classified the trickster archetype as a core component of the human mind. One of Jung's most influential concepts is the idea of the collective unconscious, which refers to the shared unconscious of all people. Jung held that archetypes, universal patterns of behavior and experience, make up the collective unconscious. These archetypes exist in all cultures and societies. According to Jung, archetypes are inherited from our ancestors and passed down through the generations. They serve as the psyche's building blocks, determining our ideas, feelings, and actions. In psychology, the trickster archetype often represents the shadow. That is, the suppressed and rejected aspect of the ego. Since the unconscious and the unknown are connected to the trickster archetype, it symbolizes the psyche's capacity to travel through these unexplored waters. The trickster archetype is a complex and nuanced character that exemplifies the human psyche's capacity to endure the unknowable, the uncertain, and the unexpected. The ability of people to adapt and change is another crucial aspect of the trickster character. The trickster's capacity for shape-shifting and situational adjustment serves as a metaphor for human evolution and adaptability. It stands for a person's capacity to overcome obstacles and discover fresh ways to interact with the outside world. The trickster represents a core component of the human psyche that is capable of navigating the uncharted and adapting to change. While the trickster can be viewed as a cunning and frequently cruel practical joker, Jung also thought that the trickster archetype may show itself as a good influence in a person's life. It can encourage individuals to challenge preconceptions and think imaginatively. Furthermore, the process of individuation, which involves uniting the various components of the mind into a coherent whole, can also be aided by the trickster archetype. The trickster figure has appeared throughout human history. Let's look at a few instances of these characters from various cultures and historical eras. 1. Loki, Norse mythology. Loki, the Norse god, is a well-known example of a trickster figure. He is renowned for his mischievousness, cunning, and shape-shifting abilities. In Norse mythology, Loki is in charge of causing a lot of the gods' problems, but he also aids them in solving them. He embodies both the good and bad aspects of the trickster character, making him a typical exemplar. 2. Anansi, West Africa. In West Africa, the trickster persona is personified by the god Anansi. Frequently portrayed as a spider, he is well recognized for his cunning and cleverness. In numerous tales, he defeats more powerful and larger animals to obtain his purpose. He is also admired as a cultural icon who imparts knowledge and tells amusing stories. 3. Coyote, Native American. Coyote is regarded by Native Americans as being a symbol of the trickster figure. He is renowned for his mischief and versatility in form. As a cultural hero, Coyote is credited with delivering the people fire, the sun, and the stars. Through his mischievous behavior, he not only makes individuals aware of their own flaws, but also encourages them to grow from their blunders. 4. Hermes, Greek mythology. Hermes, the god's messenger, is the trickster archetype in Greek mythology. He is renowned for his wit, cleverness, and cunning, as well as his mastery of disguise and ability to outwit other gods. He is seen as a representation of cunning and a pathfinder to the underworld. These examples demonstrate how the trickster archetype is a universal character that may be found in different cultures and eras of history. Through their naughty behavior, they teach us lessons and make us aware of our own flaws. The trickster character can be found in modern culture and society, as well as in old myths and stories. It can take on many different facets and can be found in a variety of mediums including popular culture, literature, and film. In modern society, the trickster archetype can appear as either a propensity for risk-taking activity or a propensity for deceiving others. It manifests in politicians who utilize their wit and skill to exploit circumstances to their advantage. It can also take the shape of fraudsters and con artists who use cunning and deception to fool others for their own benefit. We also see them frequently in fiction. In literature, the trickster archetype can be found in characters such as Huckleberry Finn, who uses his wit and cunning to outwit those around him. In movies, characters like Han Solo from Star Wars use their charm and cunning to get out of sticky circumstances. In popular culture, characters like Batman's the Joker utilize cunning and trickery to cause chaos, representing the trickster archetype. These examples demonstrate how the trickster archetype can appear in numerous ways in modern society and culture. By understanding the trickster archetype in culture and society, we can learn more about the modern human psyche and how it functions. In summary, the trickster archetype is a timeless character that has appeared in myths, legends, and stories all throughout human history. It is present in modern society and culture, appearing in a variety of mediums like literature, movies, and popular culture. The trickster archetype stands for people's ability to adapt and shift, as well as their capability for navigating the uncharted, unpredictable, and strange. We can negotiate the trials of life with more grace and resiliency if we have a deeper understanding of the trickster archetype. Gaining a knowledge of the trickster archetype in many cultures and historical eras can help us better grasp the nature of the human mind and how we function in the modern world.
The archetype of the magician teaches us about creation, about our capacity to bring into being what never was. It is about claiming our roles as co-creator of the universe. To access the inner magician is to adventure into the world of ideas, to become a student of all kinds of hidden and secret knowledge, and to take part in the constant process of creation. Since the dawn of time, humans have always wondered how to transform one power into another, how to bring into existence what they want and need out of what is available to them. A way to make gold out of stone. A way to heal even the most dangerous of diseases with plants. Or in our case, a way to turn metal scraps into humanoid robots through technocracy. Perhaps the best way to describe the magician is as the transformer, the wielder of secrets. One who bends perception, alters fate, and walks the fine line between wisdom and madness. The total personification of wonders. In literature, he often appears as a wise old man, a seer, a hermit, or a madman living far away from civilization and in contact with nature, animals, and the numinous. This dominant archetype has appeared in many forms across history. The sage, the prophet, the oracle, the wizard, the alchemist, the sorcerer, or the trickster. When we think of the magician, we probably think of Merlin, the legendary wizard of Arthurian lore. Gandalf in The Lord of the Rings, or maybe Hermes Trismegistus, believed by some to be the high priest of Atlantis. Even the great spiritual teachers Christ, Buddha, Mohammed channeled this energy when they performed miracles, when they made the invisible visible, and when they saw that which was beyond our scope. The magician unlocks the gates to hidden knowledge, drawing wisdom from the esoteric and the occult. He bridges the spiritual and the material, perceiving what lies beyond the veil of ordinary existence. His sight extends beyond the physical, what the English visionary artist William Blake called fourfold vision, a heightened awareness where the infinite is glimpsed in the finite and even the smallest things carry cosmic significance. Where matter and spirit dance as one, this perception manifests most powerfully in what Jung calls synchronicity, those meaningful coincidences that defy ordinary causation. There are many cases of people avoiding terrible accidents by hearing a voice out of nowhere, for example telling one to get off the road only for there to be a major accident shortly after. We have no rational explanation, only the uncanny certainty that the universe whispered directly to us. In Christian mythology, Jesus, after healing a sick fellow, claimed, "Your faith has healed you," revealing the deepest secret miracles occur at the intersection of inner readiness and outer manifestation. The magician understands this interplay, that consciousness bends reality's fabric, as the emerald tablet proclaims, "As above so below," not as metaphor but as living truth. The magician is responsible for these seemingly miraculous eruptions into our everyday world of space and time. The magician gives us unexpected glimpses of the transcendent world, offering a numinous experience that temporarily suspends our rational beliefs and our superfluous worries. The main function of the Magician archetype is to push us to see beyond the surface. They do this by using their intuition to see the relationship between the part and the whole, to reveal the bigger picture which otherwise would be hidden from view. Seeing holistically in this way can transform how we relate to current circumstances, revealing future possibilities and therefore new choices. In seeing the world anew, we restore balance and harmony to our lives in place of chaos. In its healthiest expression, the magician uses this power to uphold the core values of freedom and equality, to serve the good of all. In the past, when a king was overtaken by rage and vengeance seeking to unleash unjust punishment, it was the magician, the keeper of knowledge, the master of measured thought, who stood as his conscience. Through reasoned words and subtle influence, he tempered the king's fury, restoring him to clarity and good sense. The court magician was the king's psychotherapist, an anchor against the reckless storms of power. Our inner magician is like a chess player, responsible for controlling and coordinating all other archetypes to achieve higher personal enlightenment and mastery over oneself. When the magician archetype is activated, you feel confident that you know what ought to be done to transform your life or your world. You stop letting others make your decisions and you develop a vision for where you want to go. You also are willing to risk action to get behind the wheel of your life. The magician archetype demands that we move out of alienation and take the wheel of our own destinies. The most recognizable magician archetype in modern storytelling is Gandalf from The Lord of the Rings, a figure who embodies both wisdom and supernatural power. He is a sage gifted with foresight, mastery over unseen forces, and a deep understanding of the hidden workings of the world. Gandalf's transformation from Gandalf the Grey to Gandalf the White mirrors an ancient alchemical process, the death of the old self and the rebirth into a higher state of being. He is the union of opposites, merging mortality with the divine. Carl Jung wrote, "The magician has preserved in himself a trace of primitive paganism. He possesses a nature that is still unaffected by the Christian dichotomy and is in touch with the still pagan unconscious, where the opposites lie side by side. Therefore, he is a destroyer as well as a savior. This struggle of opposites reveals itself in his battle with the Balrog, a creature of shadow and flame deep within the mines of Moria. The Balrog is a manifestation of chaos buried beneath the world, unseen yet ever-present. Another great figure of the magician archetype is Odin, the All-Father of Norse mythology, a god of wisdom, sorcery, and hidden knowledge. In his relentless pursuit of wisdom, Odin sacrificed himself, hanging for 9 days and nights upon the world tree to glimpse the hidden forces of the universe and seize the runes. This hunger for knowledge echoes in the figure of Dr. Faustus, the scholar who sought ultimate understanding and struck a fatal bargain with the devil. Faust makes a wager with the devil's servant Mephistopheles. If he should ever experience a moment of ultimate bliss on earth, so that he would beg for that moment to continue, he would instantly die and serve the devil in hell. This is the clear description of our inner magician. It is always caught between two worlds, the known and the unknown, the light of discovery and the darkness of forbidden power. The magician archetype is capable of transforming reality by changing consciousness. We may discern between the noble art of white magic and the corrupt practice of black magic. White magic is the sacred application of hidden forces in service to the good, guided by selflessness and virtue. The white magician humbly acknowledges his role as a vessel, a conduit through which divine will may manifest. His work is an act of devotion, for the highest wisdom lies in understanding the sacred bond between man and his creator. White magic is an extension of selfless love, agape. Black magic is a perversion bent toward domination, suffering, and selfish gain. When the practitioner strays from virtue, his art darkens. Jung observed that magic exercises a compulsion that prevails over the conscious mind and will of the victim. The shadow magician is a manipulator who hoards esoteric understanding not to enlighten but to exploit. He descends into tyranny, intoxicated by his own cunning. To embody an archetype without humility leads to delusions of grandeur, the gravest sin hubris. We must also beware of unearned wisdom. The archetype of the sorcerer's apprentice portrays the zeitgeist of the 21st century. The story warns that only a master should invoke powerful spirits. The true test of wisdom lies not in the accumulation of knowledge, but in mastering its ethical application. In summary, the magician is the archetype of self-realization par excellence. He aids us in our lifelong task of attaining a higher level of consciousness. Our world is full of magic and wonder for those with eyes to see, and it is up to us to awaken ourselves to the true beauty of life. The magician realizes that at a fundamental level there exists a transcendent unitary world where inner and outer reality coexist, known as the Unus Mundus. The one world, the order that we establish in our inner world, corresponds to order in the external world. Thus, if we want a peaceful world, we must start with becoming peaceful ourselves. This expresses a fundamental truth that is shared by almost all the world religions. It is the golden rule. The principle of karma supposes a relationship of cause and effect whereby people's actions or deeds influence their future. As the Stoic philosopher and Emperor Marcus Aurelius states, "What injures the hive injures the bee." Jung revolutionized psychology by recognizing that human development continues throughout the entire lifespan rather than ending with childhood or adolescence. His approach emphasized the psychological and spiritual dimensions of life transitions, recognizing that external changes often mask deeper internal transformations. Jung identified distinct psychological tasks and challenges that correspond to different life stages, each requiring specific developmental achievements and offering unique opportunities for growth and self-understanding. Understanding these stages helps individuals navigate major transitions with greater awareness. Jung viewed apparent crises as signaling important developmental opportunities rather than simple problems to be solved. The first half of life, which Jung considered to extend roughly until age 40, focuses primarily on ego development and adaptation to external reality. During this period, individuals establish their identity, develop their capabilities, build relationships, and create their place in the social and professional world. The psychological tasks of this period include separating from parents, developing competence and confidence, establishing intimate relationships, and beginning to contribute to society through work and family responsibilities. Success during the first half of life typically involves developing a strong ego structure, mastering relevant skills, and achieving recognition and security in the external world. The ego typically functions as the center of personality during this time, making decisions based on personal desires, social expectations, and rational planning for future goals. The midlife transition, which usually occurs between the late 30s and early 50s, represents a crucial turning point where the values and goals that previously provided meaning begin to feel insufficient or hollow. Jung observed that many individuals experience significant psychological disruption during this period. This crisis often manifests as depression, anxiety, relationship problems, career dissatisfaction, or a general sense that life has lost its vitality and purpose, despite external success and achievement. Jung recognized these symptoms as signals from the unconscious that the time has come for a fundamental reorientation of psychological priorities and life direction. This breakdown is a necessary prelude to psychological reconstruction based on more authentic and mature foundations. The midlife crisis serves an essential function in redirecting psychological energy toward individuation and spiritual growth. The psychological dynamics of this transformation involve a fundamental shift where the unconscious begins to assert its own agenda more forcefully. This happens through dreams, fantasies, symptoms, and attractions that contradict conscious plans and values. Many individuals begin to question the persona they have developed for professional and social success, recognizing that their public image may be disconnected from their authentic feelings. This is a time when the ego must learn to surrender its illusion of total control. The second half of life requires fundamentally different psychological orientations and developmental tasks compared to the first half. Rather than focusing on ego expansion and external achievement, individuals must learn to serve something greater than their personal desires and ambitions. This later period involves developing wisdom rather than just knowledge, finding meaning in limitation and loss, and preparing for the ultimate transition of death. Jung emphasized that the second half of life has a naturally religious character, meaning individuals begin to seek connection with transcendent values and experiences that provide perspective on the temporary nature of earthly concerns. This shift involves the ego gradually learning to serve the deeper self that emerges from the integration of conscious and unconscious contents. Each major life stage transition involves what Jung called a sacrifice of the previous attitude. This means individuals must let go of identities, goals, and strategies that served them well in earlier periods, but have become obstacles to further development. For example, midlife individuals must sacrifice the illusion of unlimited possibility and eternal youth to embrace mature wisdom and acceptance. These sacrifices are rarely made willingly, which is why life transitions often involve periods of resistance, depression, and apparent regression before new attitudes can emerge. This process involves a struggle often reflected in the archetypal opposition between the Puer, Puer Eternus, or eternal youth, and the Senex, wise old man. The Puer is spontaneous and creative, but struggles with commitment and discipline. The Senex embodies wisdom and structure, but can become rigid and resistant to change. Healthy psychological development requires integrating both Puer and Senex energies. The integrated individual maintains the Puer's creativity and openness to new possibilities, while also developing the Senex's wisdom and capacity for sustained effort. The creative tension between these opposites generates innovative solutions that combine visionary thinking with practical wisdom. Jung's framework helps us understand that these struggles are part of universal human experience, not personal failures. Recognizing the necessity of these psychological deaths and rebirths helps individuals approach life transitions with greater patience and trust in the natural development process. The journey of individuation, which often begins consciously at midlife, represents a recurring pattern that individuals must navigate repeatedly throughout their lives. Jung considered individuation, the central task of human psychological development, to be a natural process that unfolds throughout life. However, this process typically begins consciously in midlife. The midlife period represents a crucial turning point. Jung observed that many individuals experience significant psychological disruption during this transition. This period, usually occurring between the late 30s and early 50s, is characterized by a profound questioning of the values, goals, and identities that previously gave life meaning and direction. During the first half of life, the ego typically dominates psychological functioning, focusing on personal ambition, social expectations, and rational planning for future goals. Success in this early phase involves developing a strong ego structure, mastering skills, and achieving recognition and security in the external world. However, the midlife crisis emerges when individuals realize that the external achievements they pursued have not provided the deep satisfaction and meaning they expected. Successful professionals may suddenly feel empty despite recognition and financial security. Devoted parents may experience identity confusion when their children become independent. This crisis often manifests as depression, anxiety, relationship problems, career dissatisfaction, or a general sense that life has lost its vitality and purpose. Jung recognized these symptoms not as pathological problems, but as signals from the unconscious that the time has come for a fundamental reorientation of psychological priorities and life direction. This breakdown is viewed as a necessary prelude to psychological reconstruction based on more authentic and mature foundations. The midlife crisis serves an essential function in redirecting psychological energy toward individuation and spiritual growth. The midlife transformation involves a fundamental shift in the relationship between ego consciousness and the unconscious. At midlife, the unconscious begins to assert its own agenda more forcefully. This occurs through dreams, fantasies, symptoms, and attractions that contradict conscious plans and values. This creates an internal conflict between the established ego identity and emerging unconscious contents that demand recognition and integration. Several common psychological themes characterize this transition. 1. Questioning the persona. Individuals begin to question the social mask they developed for professional and social success, recognizing that their public image may have become disconnected from their authentic feelings and values. Persona crises, while painful, invite exploration of more authentic ways of being. 2. Reclaiming neglected aspects. There is often a renewed interest in neglected aspects of personality, such as creative abilities abandoned for practical careers or emotional sensitivities suppressed in favor of rational efficiency. 3. Confronting the shadow. Shadow aspects may emerge more forcefully as individuals become aware of impulses and desires they have long denied or projected onto others. 4. Surrender and the self. The ego, which previously functioned as the center of personality, gradually learns to recognize and serve the deeper wisdom of the self. This shift requires the ego to surrender its illusion of total control. Jung compared this phase to the alchemical process of dissolution and renewal, where the old personality must die before a more authentic self can be born. The successful navigation of midlife transformation requires developing what Jung called a religious attitude. This means a willingness to serve something greater than personal ego desires and ambitions. This does not necessarily involve traditional religious practice, but rather a recognition that life has deeper purposes and meanings that transcend individual achievement and gratification. The process requires individuals to listen to the wisdom of the unconscious while maintaining the ego strength necessary to function effectively in daily life. This integration process often takes several years and may involve significant changes in relationships, career direction, and lifestyle as individuals align their external circumstances with their evolving inner truth and authentic self-expression. The midlife transition involves a crucial sacrifice of the previous attitude. Midlife individuals must sacrifice the illusion of unlimited possibility and eternal youth to embrace mature wisdom and acceptance. These sacrifices are rarely made willingly, which explains why life transitions often involve periods of resistance, depression, and apparent regression before new attitudes can emerge. The individuation process typically begins consciously at midlife, when external achievements fail to provide lasting satisfaction. Jung's discovery of the midlife crisis highlights that this profound questioning and psychological disruption is not pathological, but a necessary process for moving towards psychological wholeness and authentic self-expression. This transition involves confronting mortality, recognizing unrealized potentials, and beginning to shift focus from external achievement to internal development and meaning-making. Ultimately, recognizing the necessity of these psychological deaths and rebirths helps individuals approach midlife changes with greater patience and trust in the natural development process. Jung observed that human personality naturally contains contradictory tendencies, conflicting desires, and opposing perspectives that create internal tension and apparent psychological problems. Rather than trying to eliminate these contradictions or choosing one side over another, Jung discovered that psychological growth requires learning to hold opposites in conscious tension until a new synthesis emerges that transcends the limitations of either extreme position. This process is essential for psychological health and spiritual development. The process of integrating opposites is achieved through what Jung called the transcendent function. The transcendent function is a crucial mechanism that helps integrate opposing psychological contents and create new conscious attitudes. It emerges when conscious and unconscious elements unite to produce creative solutions that transcend the limitations of either perspective alone. This process creates new conscious attitudes and capabilities that would be impossible to achieve through rational analysis or willful decision-making alone. The synthesis that emerges from holding opposites in tension generates new insights, solutions, and possibilities for growth and self-expression. The most fundamental opposition in human psychology exists between the conscious and unconscious contents of the psyche. While consciousness tends toward order, control, and rational understanding, the unconscious contains chaotic, instinctive, and irrational elements that often contradict conscious values. Many psychological problems arise when individuals try to maintain complete conscious control and refuse to acknowledge the legitimate needs and wisdom of unconscious contents. Integration requires developing the capacity to remain conscious while also remaining open to unconscious influences, creating a dynamic dialogue between rational and irrational aspects of personality rather than allowing either to dominate completely. Other crucial psychological opposites include thinking versus feeling, sensation versus intuition, extroversion versus introversion, masculine versus feminine psychological qualities. Most individuals naturally favor one side of these opposites, relegating the other side to the unconscious, which creates both strengths and blind spots in their personality development. Psychological maturity involves gradually developing the less preferred functions and attitudes without abandoning the naturally dominant ones. This creates a more complete and flexible personality structure. Integration does not mean eliminating psychological tensions or achieving a static state of perfect balance. Instead, it involves developing the capacity to remain centered while experiencing the full intensity of conflicting psychological forces without being torn apart by them. The integrated individual maintains the creativity and openness to new possibilities of the Puer, while also developing the wisdom, discipline, and capacity for sustained effort of the Senex. This creative tension between the Puer and Senex generates innovative solutions that combine visionary thinking with practical wisdom. Furthermore, the integration of the Anima, unconscious feminine in men, and the Animus, unconscious masculine in women, is essential for psychological completeness. The integration of these contrasexual opposites creates more complete individuals who can access both masculine and feminine psychological capacities as appropriate to different life situations. The integration of opposites has important implications for relationships and social conflicts. Jung observed that many interpersonal problems arise when individuals project their own internal contradictions onto others, creating external conflicts that mirror unresolved internal tensions. For instance, someone who has repressed their aggressive impulses might become hypersensitive to aggression in others. When people learn to hold their own opposites consciously, they become less likely to engage in destructive projection and more capable of understanding and appreciating differences in others. This psychological development contributes to greater empathy, tolerance, and the capacity for genuine dialogue across differences of opinion. The necessity of integrating opposites is reflected in symbolic traditions across human history. Jung found that the alchemical principle of the union of opposites, symbolized by the marriage of the king and queen or the hermaphrodite, corresponds to the psychological integration of masculine and feminine, conscious and unconscious, and spiritual and material aspects of personality. Similarly, the Taoist concept of yin and yang as complementary opposites that create dynamic balance influenced Jung's understanding of how psychological transformation occurs. These opposing forces are integrated rather than having one side triumph over another. The circular boundary of the mandala provides a contained space where conflicting elements can be arranged in harmonious relationship without destroying each other through unresolved tension. The principle of the integration of opposites is foundational to Jung's psychology, driving both personal growth and the broader individuation process. By learning to hold internal conflicts in conscious tension, individuals achieve psychological resilience and wisdom, allowing them to navigate complex situations without becoming overwhelmed or rigid in their responses. Jung's approach to dream analysis departed radically from Freudian methods. While Freud viewed dreams primarily as disguised wish fulfillments that revealed repressed sexual desires, Jung discovered that dreams serve a compensatory function. They provide missing perspectives and information that balance and complement conscious attitudes. Jung treated dreams as direct communications from the unconscious that speak in their own symbolic language. They are not coded messages that need to be translated into rational concepts. Dreams function as compensatory mechanisms that provide missing perspectives and guide the conscious mind toward greater wholeness. The unconscious possesses its own intelligence and often knows solutions to problems that baffle our rational thinking. The compensatory function means that dreams often present perspectives that contradict or balance the dreamer's conscious attitudes and beliefs. If someone is overly rational and dismissive of emotions, they might dream of being overwhelmed by floods or storms. If someone avoids responsibility, they might dream of being in positions of authority or leadership. This mechanism ensures that no single psychological function dominates completely, preventing dangerous psychological imbalances. The unconscious communicates with consciousness through a sophisticated symbolic language, and dreams serve as messages from the unconscious attempting to restore balance and promote psychological growth. Dreams frequently provide the first glimpse of shadow contents. This happens through disturbing images of dark figures, criminals, animals, or same-sex characters who embody qualities the dreamer finds reprehensible. These dream figures often pursue, attack, or threaten the dream ego, representing the unconscious pressure to acknowledge and integrate disowned aspects of personality. Dreams also feature archetypal material. The most significant dreams often contain powerful archetypal imagery that connects personal psychological development to universal human experiences and spiritual themes. For example, self-symbols, such as geometric forms, circles, squares, and mandalas, appear in dreams as the psyche attempts to represent its deepest organizing principle in symbolic form. Some dreams appear to be compensatory reactions to immediate life situations, while others seem to anticipate future developments or provide guidance for important decisions and life transitions. Jung developed a method called amplification that explores dream symbols by connecting them to cultural, mythological, and archetypal parallels. This approach requires learning to understand dream symbolism on its own terms rather than reducing dream images to predetermined meanings or theoretical interpretations. When a dream contains an image of a snake, for example, Jung would consider not only the dreamer's personal experiences, but also the universal symbolic meanings of serpents in mythology, religion, and folklore. This method recognizes that dream symbols often carry both personal and collective meanings, connecting individual psychological development to larger patterns of human experience and wisdom. Amplification helps reveal the deeper archetypal dimensions of dreams while maintaining connection to their personal relevance for the individual dreamer. Dream interpretation requires active participation from the dreamer rather than passive acceptance of expert analysis. The dreamer must engage with dream images through active imagination, creative expression, and honest self-reflection to discover their personal meaning and significance. Dreams often resist quick intellectual understanding and require time, patience, and multiple approaches before they yield their insights and guidance. The goal of dream work is not to achieve final interpretations, but to establish an ongoing relationship with the unconscious that enriches conscious understanding and supports psychological growth and individuation throughout life. Jung encouraged individuals to dialogue with challenging dream contents, such as shadow figures, rather than simply fighting or fleeing from them, as they contain valuable energy and capabilities that can enhance conscious personality when properly integrated. Keeping a dream journal and tracking recurring symbols, characters, and situations helps reveal these larger patterns and their connection to the dreamer's psychological development and life circumstances. Active imagination is Jung's major contribution to the practical methods for exploring and integrating unconscious contents. This process involves deliberately engaging with unconscious material through imagination while maintaining enough conscious awareness to observe and interact with what emerges. Unlike passive fantasy or daydreaming, active imagination requires focused attention and genuine dialogue with autonomous psychological contents that appear to have their own intentions and perspectives. Jung developed this technique during his own intense psychological crisis following his break with Freud, using it to explore the disturbing unconscious material that later became his famous Red Book. This method provided the experiential foundation for virtually all of his subsequent theoretical contributions to psychology. The practice of active imagination begins by entering a relaxed but alert state of consciousness. The goal is to allow images, figures, or scenarios to emerge spontaneously from the unconscious. Rather than directing or controlling these contents, the practitioner observes what appears and then engages with it, as if encountering real autonomous beings or situations. This engagement might involve having conversations with dream figures, exploring imaginary landscapes, or allowing dramatic scenarios to unfold. It requires maintaining conscious participation and ethical responsibility for one's actions within the imagination. The key is to treat imaginary contents as psychologically real and meaningful rather than dismissing them as mere fantasy or wishful thinking. Jung would often begin by asking direct questions of his inner figures and waiting for responses that frequently surprised him with their wisdom and insight. Jung discovered that active imagination provides direct access to archetypal material and allows individuals to work with psychological complexes in a safe but powerful way. Troubling shadow figures from dreams can be encountered and dialogued within active imagination. This dialogue often reveals their positive intentions and allows them to transform from threatening adversaries into helpful allies. This technique helps establish ongoing communication with shadow figures and gradually transform them, as these figures contain valuable energy and capabilities that can enhance conscious personality when properly integrated. Similarly, Anima and Animus figures, the contrasexual psychological contents, can be met and questioned about their needs and wisdom. This helps to integrate these contents more consciously. Active imagination also provides a method for exploring personal complexes, helping individuals understand their origins, needs, and potential for transformation without being overwhelmed by their emotional intensity. Inner personalities accessed through this process possess knowledge and perspectives that the conscious mind could not have generated through ordinary thinking. The practice of active imagination requires careful attention to ethical considerations and psychological boundaries to prevent inflation or possession by autonomous unconscious contents. Jung emphasized that practitioners must maintain their ego integrity and moral responsibility, even while engaging with powerful archetypal energies and primitive psychological material. This means refusing to act out destructive impulses that may emerge in imagination. It also requires maintaining clear distinctions between imaginary and external reality. Active imagination should enhance rather than replace engagement with the outer world, providing insights and energy that improve real-life relationships and responsibilities rather than creating escape from them. Jung found that active imagination often produces surprisingly creative and therapeutic results that cannot be achieved through purely rational approaches to psychological problems. Complex psychological conflicts may resolve spontaneously when allowed to play out in imagination. Creative solutions to practical problems often emerge from dialogue with unconscious figures. The technique provides a way to continue psychological development throughout life, by maintaining ongoing communication with the deeper layers of personality that contain wisdom and guidance beyond conscious understanding. Many individuals find that regular practice of active imagination enhances their creativity, emotional resilience, and capacity for self-understanding. It also provides a reliable method for accessing inner guidance during difficult life transitions and important decisions. Today, we focus on the practical foundations of Jungian therapy, specifically the groundbreaking method of the word association experiment and other innovative therapeutic techniques Jung developed for accessing the unconscious. Jung's approach to therapy focused on understanding the symbolic and creative expressions of the unconscious rather than relying solely on verbal analysis and interpretation. He believed that psychological insights often cannot be adequately expressed in words alone and require symbolic or artistic expression to capture their full meaning and emotional significance. Jung's word association experiments revolutionized the understanding of unconscious psychological processes and provided the first scientific evidence for the existence of autonomous psychological complexes. In these experiments, Jung would read a list of words to patients and measure their response time and emotional reactions to each word. He meticulously noted delays, memory lapses, unusual responses, and physiological changes that signaled the presence of emotionally charged psychological material operating outside conscious control. These experiments demonstrated that the unconscious contains organized psychological structures, complexes, that can interfere with conscious functioning. The results provided objective evidence for psychoanalytic theories about repressed psychological content. A complex is a cluster of emotionally charged ideas, memories, and associations organized around a central archetypal core. When energy becomes stuck in a complex, it signals an important psychological issue that requires conscious attention and integration. Jung recognized that many psychological insights require symbolic or artistic expression to capture their full meaning. He encouraged patients to express their psychological experiences through various creative modalities that bypass rational defenses and allow unconscious contents to emerge more directly. These modalities include art, movement, sand play, creative expression. These creative approaches often reveal psychological dynamics and solutions that remain hidden when therapy focuses exclusively on verbal discussion and rational understanding. The psychological value of artistic expression does not depend on technical skill, but on the authenticity and depth of the psychological contents being expressed. Jung pioneered the use of psychological typology as a therapeutic tool for understanding personality differences and reducing interpersonal conflicts. By helping patients understand their natural psychological preferences, such as extroversion/introversion or thinking/feeling, and the blind spots created by undeveloped functions, therapy can focus on developing greater psychological balance and flexibility. Understanding type differences also helps improve communication in relationships by recognizing that people naturally process information and make decisions in fundamentally different ways that are not necessarily wrong or pathological. This approach shifts the focus from trying to change personality to developing greater self-acceptance and more effective strategies for using natural psychological gifts while compensating for inherent limitations. Perhaps Jung's most important therapeutic insight involved recognizing the healing potential of the therapeutic relationship itself, which he understood as a mutual transformation process affecting both patient and therapist. Jung emphasized that therapists must remain open to being changed by their encounters with patients and must be willing to engage authentically rather than hiding behind professional personas or theoretical systems. Transference occurs when patients project archetypal images onto their therapists, seeing them as parental figures or wise guides, recreating early relationship patterns and unresolved conflicts. Jung saw transference as a natural and necessary part of psychological healing, Countertransference, the therapist's emotional reactions to patients, is equally important. Jung saw this as a source of insight that could enhance therapeutic understanding when approached with conscious awareness. Jung viewed therapy as a collaborative exploration of psychological truth rather than an expert treatment of pathological conditions. Jung defined synchronicity as the meaningful coincidence of inner psychological states with outer events that cannot be explained through normal cause and effect relationships. These experiences suggest the existence of an underlying order and intelligence in the universe that connects mind and matter in ways that transcend our ordinary understanding of how reality operates. Jung viewed synchronicity as a distinct psychological and perhaps physical phenomenon worthy of serious investigation. Synchronistic experiences often occur during times of psychological transition or crisis, when individuals are grappling with important life decisions or undergoing significant internal transformation. They frequently cluster around periods when individuals are most open to unconscious contents and archetypal influences. Examples include people undergoing psychological analysis, creative artists working on important projects, or individuals facing major life transitions. These meaningful coincidences often carry symbolic meaning that relates directly to the individual's psychological situation. The external world appears to be responding to and reflecting internal psychological processes. For example, a patient struggling with trust issues might repeatedly encounter strangers who share intimate personal stories. Someone working on accepting their shadow might notice an unusual number of references to dark or criminal themes in their environment. These experiences can feel like communications from a deeper intelligence that knows more about an individual's life path than their conscious ego can understand. They also often convey a sense of guidance, confirmation, or warning about the current life direction. Jung initially dismissed these experiences as mere chance, but gradually recognized them as a phenomenon that challenges the Western scientific worldview, which assumes all events must be connected through mechanical cause and effect relationships. Jung proposed that synchronistic events reflect what he called an acausal connecting principle that links events through meaning rather than physical causation. This principle operates similarly to the archetypal patterns in the collective unconscious, creating meaningful connections that transcend the boundaries between inner psychological experience and outer physical reality. Jung suggested that consciousness and matter might be two aspects of a more fundamental reality that occasionally reveals itself through synchronistic experiences that unite subjective and objective dimensions of existence. The Psychoid hypothesis, which suggests archetypes operate in both mental and physical domains, explains why synchronistic experiences might represent moments when the underlying unity of mind and matter becomes temporarily visible to consciousness. The concept of the self-archetype, the totality of conscious and unconscious contents, is closely tied to synchronicity. Jung observed that the self often communicates with consciousness through synchronistic experiences, which suggest an underlying order and intelligence operating beyond personal control. Jung emphasized that synchronicity cannot be deliberately produced or controlled, but emerges spontaneously when conditions are right for meaningful connections between inner and outer experience. The practical significance of synchronicity lies not in its potential for prediction or control, but in its capacity to provide meaning and guidance during times of uncertainty and transition. When individuals learn to recognize and respect synchronistic experiences, they often develop a greater sense of connection to larger patterns of meaning and purpose that transcend their personal concerns and struggles. This recognition can provide comfort during difficult periods and support for trusting the unfolding process of life, even when rational analysis cannot provide clear answers or direction. Jung viewed attention to synchronicity as one aspect of developing what he called a religious attitude toward life, an attitude that recognizes the presence of mystery and meaning beyond rational understanding and personal control. Jung discovered that the alchemical texts contained detailed descriptions of the same transformation processes he observed in his patients and in his own development. The alchemist's quest to transform base metals into gold served as a metaphor for the psychological transformation of unconscious contents into conscious awareness, and the ultimate development of the integrated personality, which Jung called the self. This historical and symbolic framework validated Jung's psychological theories. Alchemical symbolism describes psychological transformation as a series of operations involving the dissolution, purification, and reconstitution of psychological contents. The mysterious nature of alchemical operations validated Jung's observation that psychological transformation often involves elements that cannot be fully understood or controlled through rational analysis alone. The alchemist's laboratory work served as an external focus for inner psychological processes, allowing them to project and work with unconscious contents through their chemical experiments. This symbolic quest is the central task of human psychological development, the lifelong process of individuation. The psychological transformation begins with the initial stage called the negrido, or the blackening. This is the most challenging stage because it corresponds psychologically to the confrontation with shadow material. The shadow encompasses all aspects of personality that individuals find unacceptable and relegate to the unconscious. This phase often involves difficult emotional states, such as depression, confusion, and the disintegration of previously stable identity structures. Jung recognized this breakdown not as a failure, but as a necessary prelude to psychological renewal. Integrating the shadow requires tremendous courage and honesty, because it means acknowledging aspects of oneself that contradict cherished self-concepts. After the confrontation of the blackening, the process moves toward purification. The albedo, or the whitening stage, represents the emergence of new clarity and the integration of purified psychological contents. The ultimate goal is the rubedo, or reddening. This symbolizes the final achievement of psychological wholeness and the realization of the self. The self is the archetype that encompasses the totality of both conscious and unconscious psychic contents. Functioning as the organizing principle of the entire personality, realizing the self does not eliminate human problems, but provides a stable foundation for navigating life's challenges with wisdom and compassion. Transformation from base metal to gold requires the alchemical principle of the union of opposites. This is symbolized by the marriage of the king and queen, or the hermaphrodite. This corresponds to the psychological integration of contradictory tendencies within the psyche, specifically masculine and feminine, conscious and unconscious, spiritual and material aspects of personality. Holding these opposing forces in conscious tension generates what Jung called the transcendent function. This function creates new conscious attitudes and capabilities that transcend the limitations of either extreme perspective alone. The focus required for alchemical work mirrors the intensity of working with psychological complexes. A complex is a cluster of emotionally charged ideas that operates autonomously within the psyche. When energy becomes stuck in a complex, it signals an important psychological issue that requires conscious attention. The alchemist's experiments allowed them to project and work with these unconscious contents externally. Integrating complex material transforms it from a disruptive force that creates suffering into a source of creativity, passion, and psychological energy. The alchemical emphasis on patient observation and gradual transformation supported Jung's belief that genuine psychological development requires time, attention, and respect for natural psychological processes. The historical perspective provided Jung with confidence that his psychological insights reflected fundamental truths about human nature. The quest for the philosopher's stone is truly the ongoing, lifelong process of individuation, leading to psychological maturity and an authentic presence in the world. He distinguished between religion as organized institutional practice and religiosity as a fundamental psychological attitude that seeks connection with transcendent meaning and value. Jung believed that religious experience represents a natural and necessary aspect of psychological development rather than a primitive or neurotic response to life's difficulties and uncertainties. Jung observed that many of his patients suffered from what he called a spiritual problem, meaning their psychological difficulties stemmed from a lack of meaning and connection to values greater than personal ego concerns. Individuals who experienced genuine religious or spiritual transformation often showed remarkable psychological healing and development. Suppressing or dismissing these spiritual needs creates psychological imbalance and contributes to many forms of mental and emotional suffering. The second half of life has a naturally religious character, as individuals begin to seek connection with transcendent values and perspectives. The human psyche naturally seeks relationship with what Jung termed the numinous. These are experiences of the sacred that evoke awe, reverence, and a sense of connection to ultimate reality. The concept of the self-archetype provided Jung with a psychological framework for understanding religious experience without reducing it to mere projection or delusion. The symbols and experiences associated with self-realization often possess the same qualities that characterize religious experience, including feelings of unity, transcendence, and connection to absolute value and meaning. Authentic religious experience involves an encounter with the self-archetype, which represents the divine image within human personality. Jung's approach emphasized direct personal experience rather than adherence to established doctrines or institutional authorities. He encouraged individuals to develop their own relationship with the sacred through attention to dreams, synchronicities, and the symbolic communications of the unconscious. Genuine spiritual development requires the same psychological honesty and self-confrontation involved in the individuation process, including the integration of shadow material and the recognition of personal limitations and contradictions. This often conflicts with conventional religious expectations that emphasize moral purity and idealistic self-improvement. Jung emphasized that mental health means achieving psychological wholeness and the capacity for ongoing growth and adaptation, rather than the mere absence of symptoms or perfect social adjustment. Psychological health requires maintaining a dynamic relationship between conscious and unconscious contents that allows for the integration of new experiences and the continued development of personality throughout life. Jung warned that excessive psychological one-sidedness, even in socially approved directions, creates the conditions for eventual psychological breakdown and symptom formation. Psychological symptoms often contain the seeds of their own resolution. Therapy should help individuals understand and work with their symptoms rather than simply fighting against them. Jung's study of mythology and fairy tales provided crucial evidence for his theory of the collective unconscious. He discovered that the same basic stories, symbols, and character types appear repeatedly in the folklore of societies that have had no historical contact with each other. This suggests these patterns emerge from shared psychological structures rather than mere cultural transmission. Jung viewed mythology and fairy tales as the collective dreams of humanity that preserve and transmit essential psychological wisdom from generation to generation. These archetypal stories serve as maps for understanding fundamental human experiences, like growing up, falling in love, facing challenges, and discovering personal identity and purpose. The collective unconscious contains universal patterns of human experience that transcend individual biography and cultural conditioning. These universal elements, which Jung called archetypes, include fundamental human experiences like birth, death, the mother figure, the wise old man, and the hero's journey. The collective unconscious explains why people from completely different backgrounds often share similar dreams, create comparable myths, and respond to certain symbols in predictable ways. For example, The image of a great mother figure appears in virtually every culture. Fairy tales particularly fascinated Jung because they present archetypal patterns in their simplest and most direct form, stripped of the elaborate cultural and historical details that characterize more complex mythological systems. The basic structure of fairy tales typically involves a young person leaving home, facing various trials and challenges, and ultimately achieving transformation and integration. This pattern mirrors the individuation process and provides guidance for understanding the psychological tasks and obstacles involved in personal development and self-realization. The symbolic language of fairy tales speaks directly to the unconscious and often provides insights about psychological problems that cannot be accessed through rational analysis alone. The study of collective symbols revealed how archetypal images carry multiple layers of meaning that can be understood at personal, cultural, and universal levels simultaneously. The symbol of the tree, for example, might represent personal growth for an individual, cultural values about connection to nature for a society, and the archetypal pattern of the axis mundi that connects earth and heaven for humanity as a whole. Jung discovered that authentic symbols cannot be artificially created or manipulated, but emerge spontaneously from the unconscious when conditions are right for their appearance. These natural symbols possess what Jung called a transcendent function that bridges conscious and unconscious contents and facilitates psychological transformation and growth. Jung found that modern individuals often suffer from symbol poverty, meaning they have lost connection to the rich symbolic traditions that previously provided meaning and guidance for psychological development. The rationalistic and materialistic orientation of contemporary culture tends to dismiss symbolic thinking as primitive or superstitious, leaving people without adequate resources for understanding their inner experiences and life transitions. This symbolic impoverishment contributes to feelings of meaninglessness and disconnection. The practical application involves learning to recognize archetypal patterns in personal experience and using these patterns as symbolic maps for understanding current psychological situations and future development possibilities. Jung encouraged individuals to reconnect with mythological and fairy tale wisdom. This approach helps individuals recognize that their personal struggles are part of larger human experience, and that wisdom for addressing these challenges has been preserved in the collective stories and symbols of humanity. Jung's exploration of art and creativity revealed their crucial role in psychological development and the expression of unconscious contents that cannot be adequately communicated through rational language alone. He observed that creative expression often emerges from the same psychological depths that produce dreams and symptoms, but transforms potentially disturbing unconscious material into forms that can be consciously appreciated and integrated. Jung distinguished between psychological art that focuses on personal experience and meaning, and visionary art that channels archetypal contents from the collective unconscious and speaks to universal human experiences. Genuine creative work requires the ego to step aside and allow unconscious contents to emerge and find expression through the creative medium. This process of creative surrender and conscious collaboration with unconscious forces provides practice for the kind of ego-self relationship that characterizes psychological maturity and wisdom. Creative work provides a safe way to explore and express psychological contents that might be too threatening or overwhelming to encounter directly, allowing gradual integration of shadow material and archetypal energies. Jung viewed artistic expression as a natural human capacity that provides access to wisdom and healing resources that exist beyond rational understanding. Creativity is viewed not as a special talent possessed by a few gifted individuals, but as a fundamental psychological function that supports growth and integration throughout life. The mandala symbol became central to Jung's understanding of psychological wholeness and the self-archetype. Jung first encountered mandalas in his own psychological work, when he began spontaneously drawing circular patterns during his personal crisis following his break with Freud. He discovered that creating these circular designs provided a sense of psychological centering and helped integrate conflicting psychological contents into a unified whole. Mandala symbols appear universally in religious art, cultural traditions, and the spontaneous artistic expressions of individuals undergoing psychological transformation, suggesting they represent an archetypal pattern for organizing psychological experience around a stable center. These symbols appear in dreams, active imagination, and artistic expressions as the psyche attempts to represent its deepest organizing principle in symbolic form. Jung observed that mandalas naturally emerge in the artwork of individuals who are working to integrate opposing psychological forces and achieve greater personality wholeness. The circular boundary of the mandala provides a contained space where conflicting elements can be arranged in harmonious relationship without destroying each other through unresolved tension. The center of the mandala often contains symbols that represent the self or divine presence, while the surrounding areas display various psychological contents in balanced relationship to this organizing principle. Creating mandalas can serve as both a diagnostic tool for understanding current psychological states and a therapeutic technique for promoting integration and psychological healing. The process of artistic creation itself serves important psychological functions that extend beyond the production of aesthetic objects or personal entertainment. The psychological value of artistic expression does not depend on technical skill or aesthetic sophistication, but on the authenticity and depth of the psychological contents being expressed. Simple drawings, poems, or other creative expressions that emerge spontaneously from psychological need often possess more therapeutic value than technically accomplished works that remain disconnected from genuine inner experience. Jung encouraged individuals to engage in regular creative practice as part of their psychological development, viewing it as a resource for wisdom and healing that helps individuals access and process psychological material that resists purely verbal or cognitive approaches. Jung's approach to mental illness departed significantly from traditional medical models. He viewed psychological symptoms not as mere biological dysfunctions to be eliminated, but as meaningful expressions of unconscious conflicts that signal the need for adjustment and growth. This perspective shifts the focus from symptom elimination to understanding the psychological meaning and purpose behind disturbing mental and emotional experiences. In Jung's view, neurotic symptoms often serve a compensatory function. They attempt to restore psychological balance when conscious attitudes have become too one-sided or when important psychological needs have been ignored or suppressed. In neurosis, the ego remains relatively intact, but conflicts with unconscious contents create anxiety, depression, obsessions, or other symptoms that interfere with daily functioning. The neurotic individual typically maintains awareness of reality, but experiences internal conflicts between conscious intentions and unconscious impulses. Jung viewed neurosis as a sign that the personality has become unbalanced and needs to integrate neglected or rejected aspects of psychological experience to achieve greater wholeness. Psychosis involves a more serious breakdown in the relationship between ego consciousness and unconscious contents. This often results in the flooding of consciousness by archetypal material that cannot be adequately integrated or understood. Rather than viewing psychotic experiences as meaningless brain disorders, Jung looked for the psychological significance and symbolic meaning contained within apparently bizarre thoughts, perceptions, and behaviors. He observed that psychotic episodes often contain profound spiritual and archetypal themes that reflect the individual's attempt to resolve fundamental questions about identity, meaning, and relationship to ultimate reality. Some forms of mental breakdown might represent incomplete or misdirected attempts at psychological breakthrough and transformation. Jung's understanding of projection revealed one of the most fundamental mechanisms by which unconscious contents influence conscious experience and interpersonal relationships. Projection occurs when individuals unconsciously attribute their own psychological qualities, conflicts, or potentials to other people, seeing in others what they cannot recognize or accept within themselves. This process operates automatically and largely outside conscious awareness, creating distorted perceptions that reflect the projector's internal psychological state rather than the actual characteristics of the person being perceived. Projection serves both defensive and developmental functions. It protects the ego from threatening self-knowledge while also providing opportunities for psychological growth through the eventual recognition and withdrawal of the projection. Projection operates most powerfully when individuals encounter others who carry some genuine resemblance to the projected content, creating what Jung called a hook for the projection to attach itself. Someone who has repressed their aggressive impulses might become intensely reactive to relatively minor displays of assertiveness in others. These projections often feel completely justified and rational, making it extremely difficult to recognize when projection is occurring. The emotional intensity surrounding certain relationships often provides the best clue that projection may be involved, as the strength of feeling usually exceeds what the actual situation warrants. Shadow projection also explains many forms of prejudice and social conflict. Transference represents a specific form of projection that occurs within therapeutic relationships and other situations involving authority, intimacy, or dependency. Jung observed that patients inevitably project archetypal images onto their therapists, seeing them as parental figures, wise guides, or even divine healers who possess special powers. These transference projections often recreate early relationship patterns and unresolved conflicts from childhood, providing opportunities to work through psychological wounds and develop more mature relationship capacities. Jung emphasized that transference is a natural and necessary part of psychological healing that should be understood and worked with. Countertransference, Jung's term for the therapist's emotional reactions to patients, represents an equally important but often overlooked aspect of relationship dynamics. Jung recognized that therapists inevitably have their own psychological reactions to patients that can provide valuable information about unconscious dynamics operating within the therapeutic relationship. Rather than viewing countertransference as a problem to be eliminated, Jung saw it as a source of insight that could enhance therapeutic understanding. This perspective revolutionized therapeutic practice by acknowledging that healing relationships involve mutual psychological influence. The recognition and withdrawal of projections represents one of the most important tasks of psychological development and healthy relationship functioning. This process requires developing the capacity to distinguish between one's own psychological contents and the actual characteristics of other people. Jung observed that successful projection withdrawal often involves a period of disillusionment, as idealized or demonized others are seen more realistically, followed by the challenging work of integrating previously projected contents into conscious personality. This process ultimately leads to more authentic relationships based on genuine appreciation for others as they actually are, while also promoting psychological growth through the integration of previously unconscious personality aspects. Jung's encounter with Eastern philosophical and spiritual traditions profoundly influenced his understanding of consciousness, psychological development, and the ultimate goals of human existence. Beginning in the 1920s, Jung studied Hindu, Buddhist, Taoist, and other Eastern texts, finding remarkable parallels between Eastern descriptions of consciousness transformation and his own observations about individuation and psychological wholeness. This cross-cultural perspective validated Jung's psychological theories, while also expanding his understanding of human potential. The Hindu concept of the self as the ultimate reality underlying individual consciousness provided Jung with a framework for understanding his own discovery of the self archetype. Jung found striking similarities between his clinical observations about self-realization and the Hindu descriptions of discovering one's true nature beyond the ego identity. Both traditions emphasize that genuine psychological maturity requires recognizing the illusory nature of the separate ego. However, Jung maintained that his psychological approach differed by focusing on the integration of unconscious contents rather than transcending or escaping from psychological experience entirely. Buddhist teachings about the nature of suffering, attachment, and the possibility of liberation resonated deeply with Jung's understanding of neurosis and psychological healing. The Buddhist analysis of how mental suffering arises from clinging to fixed ideas about self and reality paralleled Jung's observations about how psychological rigidity creates internal conflicts and symptoms. The Buddhist emphasis on mindful awareness and non-judgmental observation influenced Jung's therapeutic techniques. He particularly appreciated the Buddhist middle way philosophy that seeks balance between opposing forces, seeing it as compatible with his own emphasis on integrating psychological opposites. Taoist philosophy provided Jung with valuable insights about the natural flow of psychological energy and the importance of Wu Wei or effortless action. Wu Wei aligns with natural processes rather than forcing outcomes through willful control. The Taoist concept of yin and yang as complementary opposites that create dynamic balance influenced Jung's understanding of how psychological transformation occurs through the integration of opposing forces. The Taoist emphasis on following natural rhythms and cycles was relevant for understanding psychological development and the timing of therapeutic interventions. Despite his deep appreciation for Eastern wisdom traditions, Jung maintained that Western individuals needed to find their own authentic path to psychological wholeness rather than simply adopting Eastern practices without understanding their cultural context. He warned against psychic inflation that could result from premature identification with Eastern spiritual ideals without adequate psychological preparation and integration. Genuine psychological transformation requires honest confrontation with one's own cultural conditioning and personal shadow, rather than escape into exotic spiritual practices. Jung's insights into individual psychology naturally extended to understanding group dynamics, cultural phenomena, and the psychological forces that shape collective human behavior. He observed that the same archetypal patterns that influence individual development also operate at cultural and social levels, creating shared myths, values, and behavioral patterns that define group identity and guide collective action. Jung recognized that cultures, like individuals, possess both conscious values and collective shadows. Understanding these group psychological dynamics is essential for comprehending social conflicts, political movements, and cultural changes. The concept of the collective shadow helps explain many forms of social prejudice, scapegoating, and intergroup conflict throughout history. Groups unconsciously project their collective shadow onto other ethnicities, religions, political movements, or nations. These others become carriers of disowned collective qualities, allowing the projecting group to maintain idealized self-images. Collective projections often intensify during times of social stress or uncertainty when groups seek simple explanations and clear targets for their fears and frustrations. Jung's analysis of mass movements and political phenomena revealed how archetypal energies can be activated and manipulated at the collective level. Successful political leaders often embody or activate powerful archetypal images, such as the wise father, the savior hero, or the strong protector, that resonate with unconscious collective needs and fantasies. When entire populations become possessed by archetypal energies without conscious understanding, they may engage in destructive collective behaviors that individual members would never consider personally. The analysis of the rise of Nazism, for example, showed how collective psychological regression can occur when rational consciousness is overwhelmed by primitive archetypal forces. The phenomenon of participation mystique operates powerfully in group settings, creating unconscious psychological merging. This merging can enhance collective creativity, but it can also lead to the dangerous loss of individual judgment and moral responsibility. Individuals often lose their capacity for independent thinking when too identified with group consciousness, allowing collective emotions and opinions to override personal values and rational analysis. This psychological fusion can create mob behavior and collective violence when group consciousness is dominated by shadow projections and archetypal possession. Healthy cultural development requires the same kind of consciousness and integration that characterizes individual psychological maturity. Cultures need to recognize and integrate their collective shadows rather than projecting them onto other groups. This requires individuals who have achieved sufficient psychological development to resist collective possession and maintain independent judgment, while still contributing constructively to group goals. Jung viewed the development of conscious individuals as essential for cultural progress, as only people who have integrated their own shadows and developed authentic selfhood can help groups navigate psychological challenges without succumbing to destructive archetypal possession or shadow projection. Jung's personal psychological crisis and his creation of the Red Book between 1913 and 1930 represents one of the most extraordinary examples of self-analysis and inner exploration in psychological history. Following his dramatic break with Freud, Jung entered a period of intense psychological turmoil that he later called his confrontation with the unconscious. This dangerous but necessary journey into his own psychological depths provided the experiential foundation for virtually all of his subsequent theoretical contributions to psychology and the understanding of human consciousness. The Red Book, which Jung originally titled Liber Novas or New Book, chronicles Jung's encounters with various autonomous figures from his unconscious. Jung decided to deliberately enter into dialogue with his unconscious contents through a process he would later formalize as active imagination. The book contains Jung's written dialogues with these unconscious figures, alongside his artistic representations of the visions and experiences he encountered during this period. Jung's method involved entering a state of relaxed concentration and allowing images, figures, or scenarios to emerge spontaneously from his unconscious. He would then engage with these contents as if encountering real autonomous beings or situations. Jung engaged in extended conversations with these inner figures, asking them questions about the nature of reality, consciousness, and human purpose, while carefully recording their responses and insights. This method required focused attention and genuine dialogue with autonomous psychological contents that appeared to have their own intentions and perspectives. The Red Book chronicles Jung's encounters with various autonomous figures, including Philemon, Salem, Elijah, and other mysterious personalities who seem to possess independent existence and wisdom. These dialogues often challenged Jung's rational beliefs and forced him to confront aspects of human experience that could not be understood through scientific materialism alone. The inner figures served as teachers and guides who helped Jung navigate the treacherous terrain of the unconscious. Jung discovered that these inner personalities possessed knowledge and perspectives that his conscious mind could not have generated through ordinary thinking. Jung created elaborate illuminated manuscripts with intricate drawings, paintings, and calligraphy that attempted to capture the visual and symbolic dimensions of his inner experiences. These artistic expressions serve both as records of his psychological journey and as active imagination techniques that helped him engage more deeply with the symbolic contents of his unconscious. Jung kept the Red Book secret for most of his life, fearing that revealing the full extent of his psychological explorations might damage his scientific credibility. The Red Book was finally published in 2009, nearly 50 years after Jung's death. The combination of written dialogue and artistic expression created a complete documentation of Jung's individuation process that later provided him with source material for developing his theories about archetypes, psychological types, and the structure of the unconscious. This remarkable document demonstrates that Jung's psychological insights emerge not from purely intellectual speculation, but from direct encounter with the deepest layers of human consciousness. Jung's analysis of the UFO phenomenon, specifically detailed in his book Flying Saucers, a modern myth of things seen in the skies, represents an exploration of how archetypal contents manifest in contemporary culture during times of collective crisis and transformation. Rather than focusing on whether UFOs are actual extraterrestrial visitors, Jung approached the phenomenon psychologically, seeking to understand why people reported similar visionary experiences. He observed that UFO sightings increased dramatically during periods of social tension and uncertainty. Jung theorized that UFO sightings might represent projections of unconscious psychological contents onto external phenomena. His analysis revealed that UFO experiences often carry the same symbolic meaning as religious visions and archetypal dreams. This suggests they emerge from the same psychological depths that produce spiritual and transformative experiences. The circular shape of most reported UFOs caught Jung's attention because of its connection to Mandala symbolism and the self-archetype. He theorized that UFO sightings might represent collective projections of the self-archetype onto external objects during a time when humanity desperately needs symbols of unity and transcendence. The luminous quality of UFOs connects them to traditional religious symbolism of divine light and spiritual illumination. This suggests they carry numinous meaning that speaks to deep human needs for connection with transcendent reality. Jung noted that witnesses often report feelings of awe, fear, and spiritual significance that resemble encounters with the divine or archetypal realm. UFO abduction accounts often follow patterns similar to shamanic initiation experiences or mystical journeys. The technological appearance of UFOs reflects the contemporary cultural context in which these archetypal projections are occurring. Jung recognized that archetypal contents manifest through symbols and images meaningful within their specific historical and cultural setting. In an age dominated by scientific materialism and technological advancement, the human need for transcendent experience naturally expresses itself through technological rather than traditional religious imagery. UFOs represent a compromise between the rational scientific worldview and the deep human need for mystery, meaning, and connection with forces greater than individual human existence. The UFO phenomenon is viewed as a symptom of humanity's need for new symbols and stories that can help navigate the psychological challenges of technological civilization. This collective crisis involves both fears about technological destruction and hopes for salvation through superior wisdom from beyond human limitations. Jung's analysis demonstrates that psychological projections often intensify when existing cultural symbols and institutions fail to provide adequate meaning and guidance. The Senex and Puer archetypes represent one of the most psychologically significant oppositions that Jung identified, embodying the eternal tension between youth and age, innovation and tradition, spontaneity and structure. This dynamic characterizes both individual development and cultural dynamics. Understanding the relationship between these energies is crucial for navigating life transitions and balancing freedom with responsibility. The Senex and Puer archetypes are archetypal oppositions that reflect this fundamental tension in human nature. The Puer Eternus or eternal youth archetype represents the part of human nature that remains forever young, creative, and full of potential. Puer-dominated personalities often maintain a youthful enthusiasm for life, demonstrate exceptional creativity and vision, and possess an almost magical ability to inspire others with their dreams and possibilities. They display remarkable talent, charisma, and the capacity to see beyond conventional limitations. However, the Puer struggles profoundly with commitment, discipline, and the practical demands of adult responsibility. The shadow side of the Puer includes difficulty with commitment, a tendency to abandon projects when they become routine or demanding, and resistance to the practical work required to manifest creative visions in concrete reality. Puer individuals may struggle with relationship instability, addiction, and chronic dissatisfaction as they search for perfect experiences that consistently disappoint them when reality fails to live up to fantasy. 120. 121. The Senex or wise old man archetype embodies wisdom, experience, structure, and the capacity for long-term thinking and planning. 119. 120. Senex-dominated individuals excel at strategic thinking, long-term planning, and the patient work required to build lasting structures and institutions. They often serve as mentors, teachers, and guardians of tradition who help younger generations learn from past mistakes. However, the shadow side of the Senex includes excessive rigidity, pessimism about change and innovation, and a tendency to crush youthful enthusiasm and creativity through harsh criticism and impossibly high standards. The Senex preserves valuable cultural achievements across generations, but can become overly resistant to necessary change and growth. Healthy psychological development requires integrating both Puer and Senex energies rather than identifying completely with either archetypal position. This integration prevents both the Puer's tendency toward impractical fantasy and the Senex's resistance to necessary change. The integrated individual maintains the Puer's creativity, enthusiasm, and openness to new possibilities, while also developing the Senex's wisdom, discipline, and capacity for sustained effort and commitment. This integration becomes particularly important during midlife, when individuals must find ways to honor both their youthful dreams and their accumulated wisdom and experience. The creative tension between Puer and Senex energies can generate innovative solutions that combine visionary thinking with practical wisdom. This Puer/Senex dynamic also operates powerfully at cultural and generational levels, creating ongoing tensions between innovation and tradition that drive cultural evolution and change. Societies need both the Puer energy that challenges existing structures and envisions new possibilities, and the Senex energy that preserves valuable traditions and provides stable foundations for cultural development. Generational conflicts often reflect the archetypal tension between Puer and Senex, as younger generations seek to overthrow established ways while older generations attempt to preserve hard-won wisdom. Understanding this archetypal dimension of social conflict can help promote more constructive dialogue between different generational perspectives. Jung's concept of the Psychoid archetype represents one of his most sophisticated and prescient insights into the fundamental relationship between consciousness and physical reality. In his later years, Jung began to speculate that archetypes might exist not only as psychological patterns within human consciousness, but as organizing principles that operate in both mental and physical domains. This revolutionary idea suggested that the archetypal patterns Jung observed in dreams, myths, and psychological development might reflect deeper structural principles that govern the organization of matter and energy throughout the universe. The Psychoid archetype concept anticipated many contemporary discussions about consciousness, quantum physics, and the possibility that mind and matter represent different aspects of a more fundamental underlying reality. Jung's interest in the relationship between psyche and matter was stimulated by his collaboration with physicist Wolfgang Pauli on the nature of synchronicity and meaningful coincidence. Through their extensive correspondence and joint research, Jung and Pauli explored the possibility that psychological and physical events might be connected through underlying patterns that transcend the conventional distinction between subjective and objective reality. They observed that quantum mechanical phenomena seemed to involve consciousness in ways that challenged materialistic assumptions about the independence of mind and matter. Jung began to wonder whether the archetypal patterns he observed in psychological experience might represent the same organizing principles that create pattern and order in the physical universe. The Psychoid hypothesis suggests a solution to the perennial mind-body problem by proposing a unified underlying reality. The Psychoid hypothesis suggests that archetypes exist in a realm that is neither purely psychological nor purely physical. Instead, this realm is described as psychophysically neutral, manifesting as psychological patterns when encountered by consciousness and as physical patterns when expressed through matter and energy. This revolutionary concept helps explain why archetypal symbols and patterns appear not only in human psychology, but also in the structure of crystals, the behavior of biological systems, and the mathematical relationships that govern physical phenomena. Jung speculated that what we call consciousness and what we call matter might simply be two different ways of experiencing or describing the same underlying archetypal reality. This perspective offers a potential bridge between scientific materialism and psychological or spiritual understanding. The Psychoid concept has profound implications for understanding synchronicity and the meaningful coincidences that often accompany psychological transformation. Jung defined synchronicity as the meaningful coincidence of inner psychological states with outer events that cannot be explained through normal cause and effect relationships. If archetypal patterns operate in both psychological and physical domains, then synchronistic experiences might represent moments when the underlying unity of mind and matter becomes temporarily visible to consciousness. This explains why synchronicities often involve external events that mirror or symbolically represent internal psychological states. It is as if the same archetypal pattern were expressing itself simultaneously through consciousness and through physical circumstances. Jung proposed that synchronistic events reflect an acausal connecting principle that links events through meaning rather than physical causation. The Psychoid archetype concept suggests that these experiences reflect genuine connections between mind and matter rather than mere projection or wishful thinking. Contemporary research in quantum physics, consciousness studies, and systems theory has developed ideas remarkably similar to Jung's Psychoid archetype concept. This suggests he was ahead of his time in recognizing the inadequacy of strict mind-matter dualism. Fields such as quantum field theory, morphic resonance, and information theory explore how pattern and organization might represent fundamental aspects of reality that transcend conventional physical and psychological categories. Jung's Psychoid concept provides a psychological framework for understanding these modern developments and their implications for human consciousness and spiritual experience. This perspective offers hope for eventually developing a more integrated understanding of reality that honors both scientific knowledge and psychological wisdom. Jung's philosophy of the symbolic life represents his mature understanding of how human consciousness can remain connected to deeper sources of meaning and wisdom in an increasingly rationalistic and materialistic world. He observed that modern civilization had largely lost touch with symbolic thinking and the capacity to recognize meaningful patterns that connect individual experience to larger cosmic and spiritual realities. Jung believed that living symbolically involves maintaining awareness of the deeper significance and meaning that underlies everyday experiences, seeing ordinary events as expressions of archetypal patterns and universal human themes. Jung distinguished between signs and symbols in ways that illuminate the difference between superficial and profound approaches to meaning-making. Signs point to known realities and communicate specific information in direct and literal ways. Symbols, in contrast, point toward unknown or unknowable realities that can only be approached through metaphor, paradox, and intuitive understanding. Living symbolically means developing the capacity to recognize when experiences carry symbolic significance that transcends their literal meaning and opens doorways to deeper understanding. This symbolic approach requires cultivating what Jung called a symbolic attitude, a way of perceiving that remains open to multiple layers of meaning and significance rather than reducing everything to rational categories and practical functions. The symbolic life involves paying careful attention to dreams, synchronicities, and other manifestations of the unconscious that provide guidance and perspective beyond what rational analysis can offer. Jung encouraged individuals to develop personal rituals, creative practices, and contemplative activities that help them stay connected to the symbolic dimensions of their experience. This might include keeping a dream journal, engaging in artistic expression, or participating in spiritual practices that honor mystery and transcendence. 129. 130. The goal is not to abandon rational thinking, but to supplement it with symbolic awareness that provides access to wisdom and guidance from deeper psychological and spiritual sources. Jung observed that individuals who lose connection to symbolic life often experience what he called spiritual poverty, leading to a sense of meaninglessness and disconnection that no amount of external success or rational understanding can remedy. Without access to symbolic meaning, life becomes reduced to mechanical routines and purely practical concerns that fail to nourish the deeper human needs for purpose, transcendence, and connection to something greater than the personal ego concern. The symbolic life provides an antidote to this modern malaise by helping individuals recognize the sacred dimensions present within ordinary experience and maintain connection to the eternal patterns that give life meaning and direction. This approach cultivates an attitude of reverence and wonder toward the mystery and complexity of existence itself. Living symbolically also involves recognizing how personal experiences participate in larger archetypal patterns that connect individual development to universal human themes and cosmic processes. For example, a person struggling with career challenges might see their struggle as part of the hero's journey toward discovering authentic vocation and purpose. This symbolic perspective provides comfort and guidance during difficult periods by revealing that personal struggles are part of larger meaningful patterns rather than random suffering or individual failure. The symbolic life ultimately offers a way of living that honors both rational intelligence and intuitive wisdom, while maintaining openness to the mystery and wonder that make human existence meaningful and worthwhile despite its inevitable difficulties and limitations. Jung's typology system provides invaluable insights for understanding relationship dynamics, team effectiveness, and the sources of both conflict and complementarity that arise when different personality types interact. Each psychological type brings unique strengths and perspectives to relationships and group settings. But these same differences can create misunderstandings and conflicts when individuals fail to appreciate the validity of approaches that differ from their own natural preferences. Understanding type dynamics helps explain why certain relationship patterns repeat across different partnerships, and why some teams function smoothly while others struggle with persistent communication problems and interpersonal tension. In romantic relationships, psychological type differences often create both the initial attraction and the ongoing challenges that couples must navigate throughout their partnership. Opposite types frequently attract each other because each partner offers psychological qualities that the other lacks or has underdeveloped, creating opportunities for growth and completeness through the relationship. For example, an introverted thinking type might be drawn to an extroverted feeling type who helps them access emotional warmth and social connection, while the feeling type benefits from the thinking type's logical analysis and objective perspective. However, these same differences can become sources of frustration when partners expect each other to change fundamental aspects of their personality, or when they interpret type differences as personal rejection or inadequacy. Successful relationships between different types require developing what Jung called psychological generosity. This is the capacity to appreciate and support a partner's natural way of functioning, even when it differs significantly from one's own preferences. This involves learning to communicate in ways that respect type differences, rather than trying to force partners to adopt unfamiliar psychological approaches that feel foreign or uncomfortable. For example, introverted partners need time alone to process experiences and make decisions, while extroverted partners need verbal processing and social interaction to think clearly and feel emotionally connected. Couples who understand these differences can create relationship structures that honor both partners' psychological needs. Team effectiveness often depends on achieving appropriate psychological diversity that ensures all necessary functions and perspectives are represented in group decision-making and problem-solving processes. Effective teams typically include thinking types who can analyze problems objectively, feeling types who consider human impact and values, sensing types who attend to practical details, intuitive types who generate innovative possibilities. Teams dominated by similar types often excel in certain areas while developing $1 that can lead to poor decisions and missed opportunities. Understanding type dynamics helps team leaders assign roles appropriately, structure communication processes to include all perspectives, and resolve conflicts that arise from type-based misunderstandings rather than genuine disagreements about goals or values. The practical application of type awareness requires moving beyond simple categorization to develop genuine appreciation for the gifts and contributions that each type offers to collective endeavors. Individuals can use typological understanding to identify areas where they need support from others and opportunities to develop their less preferred functions. This knowledge creates more conscious and effective relationships where differences become resources for mutual enhancement rather than sources of conflict and misunderstanding. Teams and couples who successfully integrate type awareness often report improved communication, reduced conflict, and enhanced creativity as they learn to leverage their psychological diversity rather than fighting against it or trying to eliminate natural differences that actually strengthen their collective capacity and effectiveness. Jung's profound influence on psychology, psychotherapy, and human understanding extends far beyond his original theoretical formulations. His legacy continues to evolve through contemporary applications and research that demonstrate the ongoing relevance and adaptability of his core insights about human psychological development. 136. 137. His foundational concepts about the unconscious, psychological types, archetypes, and individuation have been integrated into numerous therapeutic approaches, educational systems, and organizational development programs around the world. Modern Jungian analysis continues to develop his original methods while incorporating new understanding about trauma, neuroscience, and cultural diversity. Jung's emphasis on meaning, spirituality, and wholeness has provided essential alternatives to purely medical or behavioral approaches to psychological healing. These alternatives address the full complexity of human experience. His insights about trauma, psychological complexes, and the compensatory functions of symptoms have influenced modern trauma therapy, family systems work, and other contemporary therapeutic approaches. The understanding that symptoms often contain important psychological information and serve adaptive functions has supported the development of more collaborative and respectful therapeutic relationships. Contemporary therapists integrate Jungian concepts like active imagination, dream work, and creative expression into various treatment modalities. They recognize the value of these techniques for accessing and processing psychological material that resists purely verbal or cognitive approaches. The Jungian emphasis on the therapeutic relationship as a mutual transformation process has also influenced relational and humanistic therapy that prioritizes authentic human connection over technical intervention. 71. 139. The Myers-Briggs Type Indicator and other personality assessment tools have popularized Jung's psychological types theory, making it accessible to millions of people in business, education, and personal development contexts. While these applications may sometimes oversimplify Jung's complex understanding of psychological types, they have helped individuals and organizations appreciate personality differences and improve communication across different cognitive styles and preferences. Contemporary type theory has expanded Jung's original formulations to include cultural variations and developmental aspects. This widespread application of typological thinking has contributed to greater acceptance of psychological diversity and reduced the tendency to pathologize natural differences in how people process information and make decisions. Modern applications of Jungian psychology extend into organizational development, leadership training, and social change work that addresses collective psychological dynamics and cultural transformation. Understanding archetypal patterns, shadow projection, and collective complexes helps leaders and change agents work more effectively with group dynamics and cultural resistance to necessary changes and innovations. 139. 140. Environmental psychology, conflict resolution, and social justice work increasingly incorporate Jungian insights about how unconscious psychological forces influence collective behavior. Jung's emphasis on consciousness development, shadow integration, and the cultivation of meaning provides essential guidance for navigating complexity without losing connection to deeper sources of wisdom and value. The growing interest in mindfulness, spirituality, and holistic approaches to human development reflects Jung's prescient recognition that purely rational and materialistic worldviews cannot adequately address fundamental human needs for meaning and transcendence. Perhaps Jung's most important legacy lies in his demonstration that psychology can embrace both scientific rigor and respect for the mystery and complexity of human existence without abandoning either perspective. His integration of empirical observation with mythological wisdom, therapeutic practice with spiritual insight, and individual development with collective understanding created a comprehensive approach to human psychology that remains profoundly relevant for contemporary challenges. 140. 141. His vision of individuation as both personal fulfillment and service to collective human development offers hope that individual psychological growth can contribute to the larger project of creating more conscious and compassionate human societies.